All the memories we made under the summer sun, chasing after waves, a taste of berries on my tongue, sipping on a feeling, sunny's got me healing, vibing out to your guitar. I don't wanna go yet, watch another sunset, wishing on a shooting star. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend.
Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Rave, 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 rave. Now everybody from the front to the back go. Now everybody from the front to the back go. Go, 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 now everybody from the front to the back go. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. 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 Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Rave, 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 rave. Now everybody from the front to the back go. Everybody from the front to the back, go, 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 go. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave.
On my block, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case. On my block, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case.
Dirty on the clock when I get guap, whipping on the scene when I get clean, wheel on the beat, on me, that's it, on me to take the key, when I'm in I take the key, when I'm in I get dirty on the clock when I get guap, whipping on the scene when I get clean, wheel on the beat, on me, that's it, on me to take the key, when I'm in I take the key, when I'm in I get
On my block, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case. On my block, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case.
dirty on the clock when I get guap, whipping on the scene when I get clean, wheel on the beat, on me, that's it, on me to take the key, when I'm in I take the key, when I'm in I get dirty on the clock when I get guap, whipping on the scene when I get clean, wheel on the beat, on me, that's it, on me to take the key, when I'm in I take the key, when I'm in I get
On my block, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case. On my block, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case.
Yeah, this for the players out there. Check out this dope shit, man.
Players another dollar, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my baby, trying to play in my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix, really trying to get my papers.
This for the players.
Players another dollar, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my baby, trying to play in my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix, really trying to get my papers.
Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm, it's a sound, everybody get down. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm, it's a sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Around with the rhythm, it's a sound, the rhythm, it's a sound, with the rhythm, it's a sound, the rhythm, it's a sound. Get down, come on, get down. Get down, come on, get down. Get down, come on, get down. The rhythm is the sound of the rhythm is the round with the rhythm is the sound of the rhythm is the rhythm. Get down, come on, get down. 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 Everybody they come around with the rhythm is the sound, everybody get down. Everybody they come around with the rhythm is the sound, everybody get down when we get to you. Everybody they come around with the rhythm is the sound, everybody get down. Everybody they come around with the rhythm is the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
I've got the techno on my mind, standing in the club all night. I gotta move my body, body, my body, body. Take the boy inside, getting in the bumpy road. I gotta move my body, body, my body, body. Techno on my mind, standing in the club all night. I gotta move my body, body, my body, body. Take the boy inside, getting in the bumpy road. I gotta move my body, body, my body, body.
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Arena Esports tournament powered by Etisalat and EN. AD Gaming as the strategic partner and Playtonia Esports as the broadcast partner. Now as you all can see, my name is DK, but I'm not alone here. I'm joined by Seymour and we are going to be taking you through all the action coming through here today. Seymour, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. It's early morning here in Canada, but, for everybody competing, they're ready to go. They've been grinding, warming up, practicing for all the glory right now, heading into a monthly final.
Yeah, and as we know, these teams have been cranking out quite a few matches to get themselves qualified up to this point. We did see the teams, of course, playing their way through the invitational qualifier. 8 of those teams have been able to step into here, but of course we've also had a plethora of teams playing their way through the open qualifiers. In fact, we had a very steady number of teams also participating there. Now all of those numbers, all those teams have all been whittled down to accumulate into the 16 teams that we are going to be having step out onto the battlefield here today to show us exactly who will have the opportunity, the chance to potentially qualify to move forward, but maybe getting themselves that direct invite straight up in towards the grand finals.
This is month 1 of 4 that we'll be seeing DK. 4 months in total of qualifiers. 4 monthly qualifiers to get into that grand finals and the playoffs. But throughout these monthly finals, throughout all 4 of them that we will be seeing, that top team will be moving straight into the grand finals. So it's going to be a long journey for PUBG Mobile, for a lot of these teams.
Oh, yes.
And, just because you miss out on these monthly finals, just because you miss out on getting into the playoffs, it's not going to be the end of the road for you. There is going to be a last chance qualifier just prior to those playoffs, again, with 1,024 teams playing for 16 spots in that 32-team playoffs. So right now might be the monthly final, the first of 4 that we will be seeing, DK, but it isn't the end of the road for those teams that don't make it here.
I mean, just thinking of that, it's 1,024 teams participating to get whittled down to only 16. I mean, that is one immense drop down, right? I mean, I don't even want to know how tough the competition is to see exactly who's going to be making it up to this point. And, well, of course, we know who's made it to here. You've also had the opportunity to see exactly what came through from that invitational section. And, well, speaking of Wild Twitch, let's take a look at our team. So we've got the lovely Geekay Esports, we've got Brute Force, we've got Falcons White, Next X, of course, we've got the Gangsters Esports team, as well as Team Ra'ad, Onyx Ravens, ARB Champions, 721 Smart, as well as Revenge Team. We've got Pain Africa, the Vicious Esports, Black Cobra, the Vampires, Gangsters Dragon, and then, of course, 141 X Bablu.
Hey, you and I have our work cut out for us with 2 Gangsters teams going into it today, but you mentioned it earlier on in the month. Myself and TTL got to see a couple of these teams go head-to-head inside the Invitational leading into this monthly final. Brute Force, they soared through that first place ranked with 54 total points, but we also saw Next Esports there, Gangsters Esports, Falcons White's Team Ra'ad, and Onyx Ravens all in that top 8. Now we see them here, ready for this monthly final, ready to go up against some of these open qualifier teams, and I couldn't be more excited. I mean, you were talking to me about this Falcons White team and how much notoriety they have going into a tournament like this. Brute Force, can they be the team to auto-qualify for that grand finals, and our first team to auto-qualify for that grand finals after a fantastic invitational that we saw out of them? Or maybe one of these open teams that coming out of that 1,024 team open qualifier leading into this monthly final, maybe they can come and show us some upsets today. There's a lot on the table, a lot on the line right now, and I couldn't be more excited to see these teams go head-to-head.
I think it's going to be quite exciting to see what these teams are going to be bringing through. So a lot of these names on here we know we are quite familiar with, but then of course we got a few new names, and I think bringing in new names, new teams that we've not necessarily been seeing play all that much, for instance like on the professional circuit, I think it is so exciting because they do pack quite a bit of a punch, right? They bring their own flavor to the battlefield, and I think that brings that extra little bit of pressure on through, right? As we know, teams like GK, Brute Force, all of those, they pretty much know what to expect when moving on forward. And speaking about knowing what to expect, of course, we are going to be looking at our lovely share of the prize pool here as well. As you can see, it's sitting right there. $1,500 first place, going to get awarded $500. And then, of course, that 7th to 8th place will be awarded $50 and everything else in between. So there's definitely quite a lot for these teams to play for.
Yeah, I always like to talk about the prize pool for tournaments like this in the sense that I don't want these teams going into a tournament like this, DK, focused on the prize pool. Your focus should be on being that first team to qualify for the grand finals. You should be focused on making it into the playoffs, because if you have that in mind, if that is your goal, your mindset, auto-qualifying for the playoffs, auto-qualifying for grand finals, gets you into the prize pool. So the money, in my eyes, for something so early on into this tournament, it's just an afterthought for these competitors looking to be in those grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, definitely want to see a little bit of that focus being put in on the gameplay. And as we've seen, these players, very, very capable. We've had some phenomenal performances as we've seen come through the qualifiers, as we've seen a lot of these teams compete in other events. So now we want to see kind of the culmination of all the hard work that they've been doing for the duration of this month so far, right? As you pointed out, we are going to be looking at that auto qualifier moving on forward. And then, of course, 4 other teams going to have a bit of an auto qualification as well comes through. So there's a lot on the table, a lot of focus, and a lot of determination that we're going to have to see being pretty much committed to. And speaking of which, of course, we are also going to be playing quite through a selection of maps here today. We have 5 games that they will have the opportunity to try and solidify those points with.
Yeah, I'm going to be expecting. I don't quite know the rotation for maps off the top of my head, but we either will be seeing it right now or, okay, look at that. It just lines up for me right away. And it's exactly what I expected to see from last time. We get Arango, Miramar, Sanok, Miramar, Arango throughout those 5 maps. Brute Force, last time around, that team that we saw in first place from those invitationals had a fantastic match 1 and match 2, and that almost kind of skyrocketed them into a position where they just needed to be consistent through the back 3. But there was a lot of teams that we did end up seeing back in that invitational who found their way into the top 8 by performing well into the back half of the game. So a lot of these teams, I mean, it's a marathon, not a sprint going through today to reach those playoffs, to reach that grand final spot. And you have to be looking at that Sanok match number 3 to be a really big turning point for a lot of teams who might struggle in match 1 and match 2. They get a change of scenery, one that we won't be seeing throughout the rest of this tournament, throughout the rest of today. And with that map, it could be a big curveball for a lot of those teams feeling comfortable after match 2.
I definitely agree with you on Sanok. Sanok is always quite surprising to see. As we know, it's a map that really lends itself to a lot of aggression, a lot of that CQC play to come through as well. So there is a great opportunity. Speaking of opportunities, of course, the teams can look to utilize our tried and tested point system coming through here. That first place being with 10 points. It slowly trickles down all the way to that 7th to 8th place, which will be awarding the teams that 1 additional placement point. But landing anywhere between 6th to 19th position, well, they got to walk away with a bag of bubbles, but they can make up for that by still trying to secure themselves a few additional eliminations, as they will still get awarded that 1 point per elim. And as we know, we do have a few pretty aggressive teams in here, right? Brute Force, Next X, they were really showing up, coming through those qualifiers, and I want to see even more of that aggression now being played out here.
Yeah, and even I think you were quite surprised for when I told you this, but Falcons White, last time when we saw them in that invitational, very aggressive team, not too many chicken dinners behind them through that invitational, but that aggression, those kills that they were able to accumulate through those maps were enough to, cement themselves into the top 8 leading into the monthly finals. So another team that has had success, even championships behind themselves in their own regionals, now going into this tournament. Can they match up those kills, sync in between with them those winner chicken dinners to see if they can walk away with the first place of their own? Not only that, I think a big thing to talk about is going to be these teams coming out of the open bracket. I mean, you talked about a lot of championship circuit teams coming into today's match. You talk about how maybe during the invitational, not having those teams might be a little bit of a change for teams looking to go for hot drops, feeling comfortable with the drops that they were going to back inside of that invited open. Now going with these open teams, that contention might be enough to stop Brute Force from getting comfortable early on, stop a lot of these teams from finding themselves into the late circles with a lot of these hot drops that these open teams might be looking to take over.
I think what's also going to be quite exciting is that the unknowingness, right? The teams that we've not seen all that much from, they bring that element of surprise. And I think this is where the teams that we know on the competitive circuit are really going to be tested to see what their map knowledge is, just how well their strategies actually work, because as we know, those strats are tested against other fellow competitive teams, and we've not necessarily seen them against open teams. So I think this is a good opportunity for the teams to get a good test, right, running out there to see how everything measures up and whether or not they can actually still keep up that competitive edge, right? Will they be able to play the kind of gameplay that they are hoping to play?
Yeah, who knows? I'm a big fan of the underdog stories, DK. I'm a big fan of to see if these open teams can maybe walk inside of this tournament and turn things around and suddenly show us we want to be the invited teams. We're not just open teams in our eyes. We're the ones who want to cement ourselves for future tournaments, make sure that we're on the map, and that we get invited to these tournaments with the first come, first serve, I'd say, feel to get into these monthly finals. So I think it's not only going to be, I guess, the pride of making it into the playoffs and the grand finals for a lot of these teams who don't make it into the playoffs. A lot of these teams, like you said, are kind of, we have that unknowingness of what to expect for them going into today. It's kind of proving yourself as a team that you deserve to be here, you deserve those spots, and you deserve that chance to try again if you don't make it this time around.
Yeah, and I think it's also a good opportunity for, you know, these new faces to show us what talent they have, because I think that's always the exciting part, right? We've got it in the competitive scene, you know, in the pro league side as well, where there is an opportunity for new blood to come into the new season, and who knows, maybe we could be looking at exactly some of those teams that could be stepping up and showcasing even more of that talent moving forward into 2024. So I think this is a beautiful breeding ground for a lot of potential, a lot of opportunities for teams to get developed and really showcase what their kind of approach is, what their mentality is, and who knows, we could even potentially have a new victor sneaking out of the cracks somewhere out on the battlefield.
Out of the brush, you know, somewhere on a wrangle, I'm sure somebody's going to be hiding in the cracks, any corner that you could be expecting, DK. But there's a LAN at the end of this one, a grand final LAN to be looking for. And I like that you're talking about experience for these teams, because if you make it to that LAN where maybe some of these players have never found themselves in that position, that chance to play live in person in a setting like that, that experience leading into 2024 is gonna take you so far. That understanding of, you know, what you're playing for, where you can possibly go, and that hunger to maybe want to do it again in the competitive seasons to come. It's gonna be important for a lot of these teams who have never been there before to try to reach that experience and run with it if they possibly can.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think this is exactly the opportunity that the teams need, and of course to add to the experience, right? Also, we did see that that extra bit of prize pool coming through as well. So there is a reward, right? Aside from the bragging rights, aside from the experience, aside from the privilege of getting to play against these, well, pretty well-known teams, right? There is that extra little bit of, I wouldn't exactly call it clout, because I don't think these teams are playing for clout, but there is that extra little bit of, you know, opportunity for these teams to get the name out there, to show the entire region, the world, exactly what they have and what they can bring to the table. So getting into 5 matches, of course, starting with a little bit of that Erangel action, I think is going to be absolutely on point. And speaking about being on point, let's head on straight down to see what this flight path is going to be bringing. We are going to be starting down towards that western side of the map, heading rather all the way across the way down into the Novorepnoya region. So I like the slightly southern flight path coming through here. But I think the big kicker here, Seymour, is going to be exactly where the zone is going to be forming, right? Sometimes we have it nice and complementary to the flight path, but other times, well, it likes to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works and maybe just yeet itself up in towards those northern territories.
Yeah, I would say this doesn't really leave much to desire if you're a team who favors stalwart drops or shooting range drops. I mean, this is a very condensed drop rate for a lot of the teams, and I feel like that's going to be a big contention for a lot who were expecting to maybe drop it towards the northern hemisphere of Erangel. So not too much to look forward to, I guess, for this drop path that the plane took us on, but it is going to lead to a quite exciting start to game number 1 today, as we do see these teams dropping in. Not a lot of scatter going on. A lot of teams are going to wait to get over towards the military base, maybe some power spots towards the end, but other than that, this is going to be an electric beginning.
I think right off the bat, there's 2 teams I'm going to be keeping my eyes on, right? I think the first one up would be the Brute Force squad, aka Broody Fruities, as I like to, or the other one could definitely be the players coming through there from Falcons White. But Ra'ad also a very strong and quite a competitive team. So I want to see what their approach is going to be going through, especially the first match of the day, because as we know, the first match lays kind of the foundation, right? Sets the standard or the potential flow that we could be seeing come through for the remainder of the day. So a little bit of potential pressure coming in, and already a bit of a spray right out the gate.
Yeah, you can hear somebody taking some pot shots right at the start, trading in some damage early on. I like that I'm seeing Team Rad pick up one of these buggies and start to maybe rotate elsewhere, because as I was mentioning, you know, that drop path didn't leave a lot to look forward to for a lot of these teams who maybe were hoping to go towards the northern side. So pick up these vehicles. It's going to give you that quick rotation, you know, outside of, I guess, the eyes of some teams who got the more preferred drops that they were looking for, and some strong pickups right off the bat. So the Broody Fruities here on screen, we can see they're also opting in for a little bit of a rotation outside of that drop path too. They don't want that early engagement just yet. They don't want to contest anybody for the drops. I feel like it's a little bit of a handshake that we're looking at, DK, and it's like, all right, you go your way, we'll go our way, and we'll meet up later on down the line, hopefully for a win.
Well, speaking about a little bit further down the line, we already see the Onyx Ravens taking quite a bit of a hit, right? And I wanted to say a beating, was like, nah, maybe not that bad just yet. So I like the fact that the teams are getting nice and active very early on in this match. And the meanwhile is going to be Next X now looking to get themselves situated up in Yasnaya. And what we did see from how the teams were looking to spread themselves out, there was quite a bit of a play to be had up here in Yasnaya, and from what we could see, that team counter just ticked down by 1. So that means, unfortunately, we did say goodbye to our first squad, and well, Vicious Esports, they look to reign supreme, staying very true to their name here.
Yeah, Vicious right off the bat. 2 kills for both Graveyard and Mindat. So it's a fantastic start for this squad. Is going to take over the initial drop that they did have. That's going to be a fantastic start for later on down the line if they can put some placement behind this. And was it the Onyx Ravens who they were fighting early? Because I saw the Onyx Ravens were taking a lot of casualties right off the drop. A team that, you know, when we did see them in the Invitational, only finished out in 6th place. They had a better end to the 5 maps than they did beginning to the 5 maps. So, again, it just seems like history's repeating itself for the Onyx Ravens. And a poor start to game number 1, hopefully looking to see if they could turn it back around. It does look like, if I'm looking correctly to the mini-map, Brute Force aren't going to be alone in this vicinity.
Oh yes, they are going to be looking to get a bit of a jump up onto the side there of Next X, and I think this is going to be an interesting engagement going through, as we did see both teams performing quite well when it came through the qualifying stage. Of course, Brute Force, they ended on 21 placement. We did see Next X coming through on 20, but Brute Force took it an extra bit further, right? They did secure themselves a lovely 33 elims. So from what we know that we've seen already from the side of Brute Force in this event, they are quite aggressive. So I want to see them really utilize the plays, the angles up in towards Yasnaya, because the city sometimes does throw a slight bit of a curveball your way.
Yeah, they're one of the teams that actually found themselves in the end circle quite often, and with that, kills to go alongside it. They're very consistent, not only with their placings, but with those eliminations. And I think that's a tough spot to be in if you're other teams that are looking to climb the leaderboard inside of this monthly final, because Brute Force has to be that team on your mind that you need to shut down, especially for Next X Esports, who are right below them on that leaderboard heading into this monthly final. You know that if you're Next X Esports going into this, if you can shut down Brute Force, especially early on, that is going to put yourself in a very good position to try and qualify for that grand finals here in our first monthly final of our PUBG Mobile tournament presented by Tislat by EN. So this is going to be a fantastic start if Next X Esports decides to contend against Brute Force and try to take them down here. I don't even know if they know they're in this vicinity. I don't even know if these teams are aware that they're so close to each other yet.
Well, I can tell you, Seymour, they are definitely going to be finding out very, very soon exactly what the setup is here. But, I mean, I got to agree with what you were saying about NextX, right? They definitely proved their capability coming through those qualifiers. So I want to see a continuation of that, right? I want to see them pick up that same kind of momentum and bring that play out onto the battlefield. We want to see contention. And, of course, Yasnaya Polyana is going to be a very, very good spot for these teams to do exactly that. So there's a lot of pressure riding on their shoulders, but will we see that play now getting pushed to that extra little bit?
It seems like we're going to have to wait and see, TK, if that's going to be what happens for it. We are heading back to our lovely faces before hopping back in. Maybe a little bit of a chop up on what's happening for this one, but we're back right away. Didn't even miss a beat for what's happening. Yeah, that is the big question. Is that, you know, what's on the mind of next X Esports? Are they feeling hot right off these drops? Are they feeling like taking these gunfights early on? A team we haven't seen yet, Falcons White, whipping around the map already. No engagements for them, no kills, no deaths, just looting up early and trying to be in a very comfortable spot when the action does happen. I mean, I'm not surprised that we're not seeing too much action on a map like Erangel. It's big. A lot of teams are going to want to make sure that they have the best setups going into these end circles because of how wide and the range can be and how flat it is. You want to make sure you're not a sitting duck out there when push comes to shove.
Ooh. Speaking about push comes to shove, that is exactly what Neos now did with Ninja. As we did see, Neo is just running over Ninja MVP, taking him right on down. Of course, always good to see a little bit of that contention coming through as the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated out of that blue zone. But, I mean, Erangel is always so exciting to watch because, as we know, this is the map the teams know the best, right? It's the map that's been around for the longest. The teams have had more than ample opportunity to get themselves very, very well acquainted with everything this map has to deliver. And, of course, Malek now just going to be showing us a few of those driving skills, right? Just yeeting off of a few mountains here and there. But, again, difficulty is still there as we are about to hit that second stage. And, well, as we know also then, the blue zone is going to add incremental damage as we move into those later stages. So the sooner they can get themselves out of this pressure cooker, you know, stop sipping on some blue juice, the better the opportunity is moving forward. As of course we can see over on that feed as well, the team's just locking in with the aggression.
Yeah, they are. I'm trying to figure out who exactly that was, but it does seem like vampires are going to do some sun driving here. This isn't the action that I was hoping to see that's going on in the feed, but we are going to hop over to BC. This was the fantastic start that we did see already. This team had 4 kills to start off the day. Now up to 6 as they are vicious, definitely, for sure, like you said, staying true to their name and on the hunt for a couple of these squads that are surrounding them. Like the fact that they've taken such priority to maintain the high ground and the verticality of this map.
Yeah, and I mean, a very bold position being held here by Vicious Esports, as we did see the players there from Geekay not too far away from them. In fact, just on their north. So this is a good showing as to the capability coming through for the side of Vicious. In the meanwhile, speaking about Vicious, is going to be the players here from 141 now getting ready for a little bit of a play. And well, they are going to be taking on the side of Falcons White. B6 already being dropped to their knees. Axel, they're going to try and push in for a little bit of a res. But JD1 definitely going to be looking to keep up a very tight angle here and potentially reaching in with the utilities.
This is what I was looking forward to, DK. I mean, right off the bat, we get one of our open qualifier teams fighting against one of our invited teams that made it into this monthly final. 1-for-1 against Red Hot Falcons White. However, 1-for-1 is going to lose a player. Joji's going to get dropped. Looked like that was Antique, who was sitting inside the window of that building, watching over his teammates that were trying to evade this gunfight. And Falcons White are going to be able to escape for now, recuperate, and try to restabilize as they re-engage this fight.
Yeah, coming through with a quick little bit of a flank here. It's going to be P6 and Teak now trying to see if they can contest for the position here. But it does seem, in fact, like, well, we do have a little bit of a runaway play then coming in, right? That contention is going to start to dissolve as 1-4-1 instead are going to be looking to dip their way back up in towards Ferry Pier. Instead, trying to find a little bit of that more opportune hard cover to try to utilize, as they know, Falcons White are going to be looking to pack quite a bit of a punch.
And we know from experience that this team does have quite the punch behind them, but they have to be careful. They're treading some dangerous waters there. Antique is going to have to hop back in this buggy, escape back towards the team. You can see that somebody else is going to be looking to third party this. I'm sure that they hear the noise on the map. They see the red dots on the mini map too, so Falcons White, they understand the situation that they're in, the possibility of a third party, and it does look like somebody is trying to get into here. It looks like Brute Force are going to find themselves in a fight. They get a knock as well onto ARB. So they're going to be starting strong here. A second one as well. It looks like Shelby is the only member left standing of ARB as they are on the brink of elimination from this first map.
And this is definitely not the spot that you want to get yourself caught in, as it is going to be Brute Force. Well, Brute Forcing their way into yet another elimination, now sitting with a very comfortable 3 next to their name. But the hard work is not done just yet. The Brute Force squad still need to get themselves resituated, repositioned back into a little bit of safety. Of course, now just looking to do a little bit of that due diligence because, well, they don't quite know whether or not there are more teams over on towards that western side. So they're going to try and play the opportunity here.
Early eliminations is all the opportunity I'm sure that the Broody Fruities are looking for, Geekay. 3 kills already. I'm sure they're going to pay no attention to Shelby, as maybe they're going to get that elimination, wipe ARB Champions from this map, or maybe they're going to be looking for a little bit extra positioning towards that circle, like you said. So hopping over towards Team Ra'at. Next X going to be residing inside this building. Nades from Rhino definitely will not hit the mark from there. Not able to Kobe it through the window just yet. Waiting for the teammates to get him by. And I just saw through the map, Team Ra'at, they got to be careful here because it looks like there's a third party on the horizon. In a few moments, Team Ra'at's going to get pinched out, and if they're not careful, that could be elimination for them.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely going to be on here for Ra'at, so see if they maybe can clean up this fight, because as you've said, right, there is an opportunity for a bit of a third-party play, a bit of a sandwich to come through, and if they're not careful, well, they could be the next team to get X'd out of here. So the pressure is on. They've got to stay on their feet and try and find these angles, because the moment next X has a bit of an opportunity to make a bit of a stand, they are going to be looking to oppose as well aggressively as they can. But we've got even more teams now starting to trickle in. Essentially, we've got 5 teams all together in the vicinity here, so the heat is going to be there.
Looks like Vicious, GK, Next X, and Team Ra'at all going to be here. Here comes Falcons White. An elimination looks like onto the first player there. So Falcons White going to lose somebody. It's a huge strike to start off with, as Falcons White are scattered around this engagement. Or Team Ra'at going to probably bunker down in one of these buildings eventually. But I do love this. How about this opportunity here to take down Falcons White and Next X Esports in one fell swoop, DK? This could be a big moment for Team Ra'at.
Well, Seymour, that could be an absolutely golden opportunity, but I think now Falcons White, they've assessed the situation. As you can see, Axa, Psych, they're just going to be holding off a slight little bit. Seek also now on the opposite end, trying to get a good lay of the land, trying to assess what exactly is going to be going on here. Instead, actually, it's Puncher that we have on the opposite end. But still, right, next X, no improvement on this situation here. Still going to be pretty much just cornered up into those compounds. But it does seem like Ra'at are going to be opting for a potential disengage, instead looking to bring their numbers back up into contention.
I was Vicious, who actually found that knock onto Zuxi. Seems like there's not going to be a pickup for this member. If Team Ra'at, it looks like they're going to throw some smoke, see if they can get this down. But now Vicious, again, with this vertical advantage of these fights in such a key position for Rango. Falcons White going to be somewhere around, just driving, looking for an opportunity. 1-4-1 still just behind Vicious Esports. And it does look like a team is going to be looking for this high ground. Vicious are surrounded. There are so many teams here. It looks like the whole lobby has come to party.
Well, I can tell you that I am actually quite impressed with what Vicious Esports has been bringing out onto this battlefield so far. I mean, sitting here with 6 eliminations, rubbing shoulders with some very contentious team, and a good trade now coming through there. Oh, DBS coming in clutch, but not out of the woods just yet, as Mendat still needs to find it. Now 1 player standing between Vicious and 4 additional eliminations. Up comes Graveyard, now looking to send them exactly to that point, but you're gonna have to be quick on the trigger. There we have it. Now Waff comes with a follow-up, and that is it. Cobra getting swept under the rug and right back into the lobby.
Black Cobra Esports eliminated Vicious Esports. More kills, more eliminations for their map number 1 Stampede. Does look like back over towards Team Rad. Still only 1 elimination for them. They were able to bring back Zuxi, so able to pick up their teammate and again fall back in towards these buildings. Pain, Africa going to be losing members as well in the feed. So again, elsewhere, the action continues here on Arangal as GS is going to be able to Gangsters find one of their members back up, but it's Gangsters versus Gangsters in the feed. That I see, DK, and that is a crime that I was not expecting to see today, especially for us trying to commentate through both of these teams.
Well, I can tell you that it is definitely looking like Gangsters Esports finding a bit of a little bit of that repayment, right? Getting a bit of the share of the action down on towards the Gangsters Dragon. But speaking about a share of the action, Zuxi is still going to be looking to reach in with the utility, trying to see if they can get the jump over onto
nice
next X. Beautiful trade, but a quick response, as it is a fair throw in either direction. Again, you're going to be looking to close up, moving through from this western end, but the opportunity is definitely there. And of course, quite a bit of action still going on all over this map.
1-for-1 still alive. I think I saw 3 members of Next X Esports knocked. But at what cost right now for these members? Because Next X Esports, a team that we were talking about, had a fantastic opportunity to begin. Now finding themselves on the back foot as Team Ra'ad still continuing to find eliminations. GK now on screen. We have yet to see any action from this squad as they've been traversing through the map slowly but surely, finding an advantage around here. Now we get to take a look at the big map. Brute Force rotating with Vicious through the blue circle and moving on in towards the end game for sure. Falcons White gonna have to push through Team Ra'ad. GK in a lovely position to just cruise into the zone. And everybody else just on the outside looking in, being contended for a lot of these spots.
I think this is going to be a beautiful setup now for GK, as you pointed out, right? Great opportunity, good amount of control that they have on towards that eastern side, or rather northern side of the zone itself. But, well, we did see the players there from Gangsters Dragon getting shipped on back, and, well, Gangsters Esports now still have a bit of an opportunity to make a bit of a play here. Revenge team, they are going to be down to 1. As Jasim is going to be chilling, right? Just trying to play a little bit of that hide and seek, trying to keep themselves well out of harm's way. But it does seem like Brute Force, they've actually opted for a slightly different approach, right? I think they might have gone all the way over on towards that eastern side of the zone. Meanwhile, GK now trying to put their foot down as they do take aim down on towards 721 Smarts. Good play. A lot of the MG3 utilization that we can see in that feed as well. But GK, right, they look to be so comfortable in all this carnage.
Oh, GK is getting walked up on 1-for-1, and Marth was trying to provide a little bit of support with those nades. Peppered away for Hope. Has to stay behind this cover. Gonna opt to hop on in, but GK are going to lose one of their members. 1-for-1 have the advantage at the moment, DK. And with that, they might be able to take that fantastic positioning that we were expecting GK to cruise into the zone with and rip it right out from under them. Falcons now walking up to Team Ra'ad, losing out on towards again. Team Ra'ad with 6 eliminations, now down to 3 members. Not sure if they're going to be able to get that one player back up. But you do see Falcons White with at least one member remaining on their team tucked away in towards the house, just trying to last for the rest of the squad for possible placement points. And Team Rod seems like they are well aware that these members are just below them. They don't want to over-aggress and get caught in some bad spots. Let's head back over towards GK and see how they're faring up against 141.
Well, GK definitely going to try and lock down the zone as they have a great gatekeep opportunity, but the heat is going to be on as, well, 141 could definitely look to take any approach to get themselves situated. But as we know, now we're sitting with only 7 teams left in the lobby. We are definitely well within placement point territory. Good trade coming through here from Marth, but they will get dropped to their knees instead. Hope now the final contender left to carry the hopes and dreams for GK all the way to the very end of this match. But the molly now popping through the window is going to add the extra little bit of spice, the extra heat, as a 141 close it up, and that is done.
Such a big moment for 141 to take this positioning away from GK, take some eliminations behind them as well, and get rid of a team that we were expecting to have a fantastic day today on this map. So GK eliminated 141, 5 eliminations behind this team. Team Rod back to full strength, still thriving in the chaos. You do see Gangsters Esports rotating in towards this circle. DK, Falcons White, somehow still alive just behind, but Gangsters Esports going to lose a member there. Malik going to go down. Team Rat just continue to be quite the nuisance on the map for many of these teams, and it doesn't seem like Gangsters Esports were aware of what they were walking into. Vicious going to get a piece of that one. Another knock for this team, as you see Fivod may be a chance to get this full elimination. He doesn't know they're just around the corner. He might see the gun poking through the wall there. But a good understanding here for Team Rat and what needs to happen, as Falcons gonna work around this one.
I mean, Psych just rotating themselves back into that lobby. Now comes the push here from Fevo, but a good defensive angle. You don't want to run into that MG3. But Zuxi still can look to close it up. Now instead, they are going to be providing and offering themselves with a bit of a silver platter here to the side of the Gangsters. But look at this now. For Gangsters, it is all down to Kevin to keep that contention, to keep that hope, that dream alive. But Gangsters Esports performing exceptionally well so far. 6 eliminations up. A good strong carry coming through from the side here of Kevin. All they need to do is find that placement of the nade, right? Get it sent out, or potentially just come through with that MG3 and just rip into the side of Raad.
I like this call. Very bold from Kevin, but I feel like he knows that if he can maybe get an elimination onto one of these players, it's better to go behind this placement, being 4 teams alive, 11 remaining. He's going to spot through the window one of the Team Rod members. This is some fantastic spot for Gangsters Esports to find themselves in. It has gone from good to bad to now worse. Kevin's going to get pushed. Can he get another elim? It's going to be 2 members to swing into that. The elimination onto Gangsters Esports leaves 3 teams alive. That's 9 eliminations.
I mean,
for for Team Rod.
I mean, you gotta say though, right? That MG3, absolutely phenomenal weapon, but when the DBS comes on through, there is not much that can contest against it. Meanwhile, it is gonna be 1-for-1 now, trying to make their play coming through from that northwestern side. That are still holding on to their numbers here. As we can see, we've got only 10 players remaining. So that means, aside from the 4 players that we have here present in 1-for-1, there's still quite a few plays to be had. It is gonna be a 3v3 towards that southern edge, so quite a bit of contention, but again, no clear indication as to who will be taking the very first winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, DK, it's 3 for Team Vicious, 3 for Raad, and 4 for 1-for-1. So 1-for-1 has the numbers advantage right now, but if Vicious and Raad can maybe bide their time, force 1-for-1 to make a misplay, a mistake, and you can see that Vicious are looking for that mistake to happen, but at the same time, 1-for-1, well aware that a player might be lurking in the brush. A nice awareness from Jonza. Vicious are going to find a trade, but the numbers still favoring 1-for-1.
Oh, Chinaza is down. Now it's up to Joji and JD1 to see if they can clean it up. So far, looking pretty good, but what a nade though coming in from the side of Vicious, as they just rip into the side here of 1-for-1, but with that, they will also get sent on their merry way. Now, Raad 1-for-1,
eliminated,
getting ready for that showdown. It's there. Let's see who's gonna get it though.
1-for-1, gonna have that res right away, but Ra'ad, who's been having a lights-out performance here on Arango, now looking to storm the castle, storm the fronts of this map, and 1-for-1 just looking to hold on. They had 4 members going into this end circle. Now a chance to put this away. It looks like it's a 2 versus 1. Again, at the disadvantage, but he's going to rotate, give some distance here, and try to recuperate. This is still winnable for Team Ra'ad.
Well, it definitely could be. I mean, especially looking at what, again, is capable of. But, I mean, a very impressive play coming through from the side of 1-for-1, sitting on 12 eliminations, a full dozen. And, well, way more than what the doctor could have ordered. But let's see whether or not, again, can hold their ground and potentially play the upset to get that winner chicken dinner. Jody, JD1, good aggression, good approach. I mean, good coverage. But we are also just about to hit that stage number 9. As we know, moving into stage 9, no more zone. It's only going to be blue zone closure. And it does seem like 1-for-1 are trying to get themselves set up preemptively, right? Having, again, rotate up into their direction. They do have the numbers advantage, but will they be able to leverage it and push all the way to that winner chicken dinner? Ooh!
Yes, they can.
The play is in, and that is it.
What a way to finish for 1-for-1 from a team backed into a corner. I'd say at the start of this Arango drop, they found their way out of a sticky situation. They regained and restabilized as a core 4. They rotate into GK. They take that high ground. They stay as a full squad 2 heading into that end circle. And even though they take quite a heavy hit against Team Vicious, they're able to get the revives on a couple of their teammates. And versus Team Ra'ad, they, I guess, sustain quite a heavy blow, but they still walk away with those numbers. And it seemed like JD1, although unaware of where that last player, where again was for Team Ra'ad, he had an idea, and he was watching, and if it wasn't going to be JD1, his teammate was on that crossfire sitting at the care package. That cleanup was going to happen no matter what. That was an unwinnable situation for Team Ra'ad to find themselves in, but with that, both 1-for-1 and Team Ra'ad, a lights-out performance to start the day inside of this tournament.
I just love the contention coming through here, of course. The teams that we don't know much about really proving themselves out on the battlefield here. I mean, we did see them back an immense bunch coming through with a very aggressive showing. I mean, we just saw that lobby lighting up as the teams continue to apply the pressure. Ra'ad, of course, a team no stranger to a healthy dose of competition, getting that by the bucket loads. And so well played there to JD1 and Joji for coming in clutch, getting themselves that very luscious winner chicken dinner. And of course, well, the first of 5 available here today.
Yeah, first winner chicken dinner going to 1-for-1 is a surprise on my end. I think I was going into today expecting Brute Force to start hot yet again. Falcons White, they never were able to, I guess, feel fully comfortable on the map. We saw them losing members non-stop, getting knocked. And next, X Esports, a team that just couldn't find themselves outside of a contention. I think every single time that we were spectating somebody, they were fighting next X, DK, and I think those 3 teams right away who I expected to walk away maybe with our first winner chicken dinner, feel the most comfortable going into this game number 1 today. They don't walk away with the win, and that, I think, is going to lead to an even more competitive day in front of us. These 5 maps, they start with a little bit of a curveball, but that just opens the door for so many teams moving forward.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, it does set quite a bit of a standard, and I think also a bit of an expectation as well. We could be seeing come through from our participants here because, I mean, a phenomenal start to the day, just kicking off with an absolute bang. But I was actually quite interested to see rather amused, I mean, with the fact that Ra'ad didn't necessarily try to push too aggressively over on towards next X as we saw moving into those later few stages. I think had they been able to maybe try and make a rush towards that, we could have seen a little bit of a sooner cleanup coming in on that end. But also we did see Falcons coming through with a rush, right? A bit of a blind rotation, and it did actually cost them quite a bit making that play. So, I mean, quite a bit of opportunities available out on the battlefield. We did see also P6 trying to survive as best they can out in that little building, but unfortunately and inevitably, well, there wasn't much hope. The team's just locking the zone down and, of course, well, bringing in all the heat and pressure that they can muster. And, well, I want to see how all of this is going to translate then, right? How are we going to move from Erangel over onto a map like Murmur, for instance, right? A lot more space available there, but as we know, the terrain is also going to be changing up as we step into that.
Yeah, and I think, you know, for Vicious Esports and even for 141, who we saw were using that terrain quite well towards the beginning, middle, and end of Erangel, you know, that's going to be quite valuable to these teams. It's a big surprise to see these open teams, you know, come out with such fire. But I think, like you said, it's just a standard. It's just an expectation that even though they're not the invited teams, they're still here for wins, and they're still here for a chance for that playoff spot. And I think I'm expecting, going into Miramar, a little bit of a continuation for these teams to continue to look for their opportunities like that, especially if Vicious Esports, who had a great game, I would say, towards the middle of Erangel, but towards the end, they found themselves in some pretty tough parts. A lot of teams coming from many angles trying to contest for that high ground just kept on chipping away at Vicious Esports. I don't think they could sustain for too long after that. You look to a lot of teams to maybe early on try to find that focus, find that, you know, verticality on a map like Miramar, because if not, if you're rotating blindly like a couple of those teams did towards the end, it's not going to help your situation whatsoever if you want to climb the leaderboard. I'm excited to see, you know, where a lot of these teams are standing, because it was a very prolonged game for Erangel, and there is a chance for us to have, I'd say, towards the middle of the pack, quite a tiebreaker going on after map number 1.
I think you might be quite right in saying exactly that. So I think you know, we at some point we are of course going to be taking a look to see exactly what the point situation is, where the teams find themselves. But a very aggressive showing right out of the gate. And as we know, we are going to be playing with a little bit of a sandwich with regards to those maps, right? That you could maybe even say looks like a bit of a Dagwood, right? We got Erangels on the opposite ends, closing up with a little bit of that Murmur in between. And then, of course, you got to add a little bit of that spice, a little bit of that salsa in the mix as well. Of course, that being the lovely map of Sanhok itself. So a lot of opportunities for the teams to build those different strats, to utilize the different terrains. But a good play coming through here. And again, a lot of that terrain work, as you've already pointed out, coming right into this Erangel match. So I gotta say, I am quite impressed with what our open teams brought through, and I think that always brings that extra level of excitement to the battlefield, right? Because you don't exactly know what these teams are going to be doing and what their strategies are. And again, right, that little bit of unknown definitely taking quite a few surprises along the way as well.
Yeah, you know, there's definitely some good strategies going in for today. And I think that is very apparent already in map 1 to see these teams utilizing these strategies and for them to pay off. That is going to be quite the chess match going in for the rest of what we have to offer, because in Miramar, can we see teams who are expecting to walk in, outslay, find those eliminations, and win? Will we see them change and adapt to the strategies that we're seeing to a lot of these players working the terrain very well? It's a question that has to be answered for a lot of teams who want to win today, and a lot of teams who may have expected to, I guess, stomp through their competition, bully their way through the map. It's not going to happen. That has been made very, very apparent, DK, throughout Erangel. And going into, I like that you said, Sanhok, it's a spicy map. There's no room, I guess, to sit, breathe, and wait for something to happen. It's chaos non-stop from, you know, my experiences on this map. So when you look at a map like that, it's why I called it a little bit of a turning point for a lot of these teams, because that's when you throw the strategy out the window and you can be that brute force, you know, mentality, that bully team that can go in, find those eliminations, and hopefully walk away with that win. That's a map that can put you ahead of the competition if you're ready to put your gun to the test.
Yeah, Sanhok is one of those maps where you go socks up, guns out, let's roll, right? You just step out and see whatever you can let loose, and maybe you could potentially clutch out exactly the kind of performance you need to solidify your position with regards to these leaderboards. Of course, speaking about leaderboards, we'll get into those in a short few moments, but a very impressive play. I mean, Gangsters Esports, it was quite exciting to see them actually finding Gangsters Dragon out on the battlefield, right? Having that little bit of gangster on gangster play. Always exciting to see these names come through. It is going to be tough for us to distinguish between the two just by looking at the tag, but of course we know which players are in which side, so there is at least a little bit of an opportunity coming on that end. Falcons White, I don't quite know what to make of the entire performance that we had there from them. I mean, they did look quite comfortable, quite confident, especially in those early few stages. But again, right, that element of surprise being presented by the open teams, I think it sometimes throws the teams a little bit of a spanner, right? They don't necessarily know exactly how to accommodate or maybe even present a bit of an opposition to these teams. But as we progress through the day, I think they will be able to build up a lot more of that confidence and come through with a lot stronger performance, because we know they've got the experience. But again, open teams, they just bring in a completely different atmosphere out onto the battlefield.
Yeah, like I was saying, it's been made aware after game number 1 that there's a long day of PUBG Mobile ahead of us, DK. And, you know, just walking out and having that expectation that you're going to be the best is not going to be enough to walk away with a win after these 5 maps. There's plenty of action that these players can, you know, find their adaptations, find those, I guess, advantages in their own right, and hopefully work them for a few points here and there. But overall, it's going to be an ever-changing machine that just continues to turn and turn and turn throughout a lot of these maps. So it's just, I guess it's just up to them if they can stay consistent, continue to hold on to these placements, continue to hold on to these eliminations, and try to hopefully continue to change throughout each and every single map that we do see today. Because teams like, you know, Falcons, like you said, who I was hoping to see a little bit more from this squad, they just felt lost on the map. And going into map number 2, you expect them to kind of have a little bit more of patience, a little bit more knowledge around these teams, and hopefully try to use some tactics of their own throughout this tournament. Because we know a lot of these members that are hopping into this tournament today, they're very smart. They have their strategies, and honestly, they're decorated in their own rights. But if you can't expect to walk in here and dominate the competition, I'd say. I think the open teams have made that very aware.
Yes, I 100% agree with you on that, because, again, as we've seen, the teams coming through off the professional circuit, they know how to play against each other, right? Stepping up against these open teams, it's not necessarily something that they've been doing all too often. So I think it does really test them to see whether or not those strategies work outside of the professional circuit, because in the pro circuit things work in a specific way. Moving out to a slightly different situation, I mean, it does bring quite a bit of a surprise with it. But as we know, moving into a map of MENA that we have coming up next, a team like Falcons, they are a very proficient team when it comes to this. We know that they can really lock in on the aggression, and I'm curious to see exactly how this one is going to play out for them. Even the side there of Ra'ad. Ra'ad also held quite a bit of ground when it came into this very first match, right back into Wrangle. We did see quite a good performance there, and again, just doing what we know again can do. And of course, well, a lot to look forward to. We still have 4 more maps to work our way through, and a lot of surprises are going to be just on the horizon. And I actually cannot wait to see what they're going to be doing moving on forward, at least for today.
Yeah, neither can I. I mean, how many teams were fighting Team Ra'ad through that map? I feel like they were holding that position for so long. We're going to skip out on that leaderboard, DK, for now. It's going to be a surprise, you know, going into hopefully the end of Game 2, seeing where people are going to be sitting on that leaderboard. So for now, we can go off the guarantee that Team Ra'ad, you know, they finished with a lot of eliminations and a second place. We could go off the board and saying that even 1-4-1, they came out, surprised us. They had 12 eliminations, maybe 13 towards the end, and a win. A winner chicken dinner. 4th place for Gangsters, 3rd place for Gangsters Esports, 3rd place for I think it was Team Vicious. And other than that, everybody else below that, they gotta try to adapt and change going into Miramar. So dropping on in, we get a straightforward flight path for this drop. Nothing out of the ordinary, I'd say, for this one. It's just straight down the middle.
I mean, it's good with having straight down the middle, of course. Speaking about straight down the middle, nothing out of the ordinary, right? Falcons White are going to be looking to dip right down into Via Del Mar. They do have a little bit of that contention coming through from the side of the Onyx Ravens. But, well, elsewhere, it is going to be Geekay looking to get themselves situated right here in the lovely, lovely Picado. Again, doesn't seem like they are going to have to fight too much for possession here. But I think the big kicker is going to be how the teams are going to be looking to play through this initial zone. Because Miramar being such a vast map, it allows the teams actually quite a bit of flexibility. Because they can essentially sneak up on an opponent. And the terrain allows them to do that in a little bit of a stealthy maneuver.
That's pretty good for 1-for-1 coming off a win. And in Miramar, I mean, it doesn't get more sneaky than what they did to GK back in Arango. So it may be a chance for a repeat win for this team. I feel like there's a lot that are going to be looking at 1-for-1, recognizing when they're finding eliminations and maybe collapsing on those players to deny that. But other than that, I like that call out. Things are going to be a lot more sneaky through Miramars. We do see a contention here from RX and Cobra. Just respecting each other for now. Looting up as best as they can. Revenge team, didn't see much of them back on Arangal, actually. I think they were one of our first teams to fall, DK, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a couple teams that we did see that fell very early. I'd say Cobra was one of them, although it was towards the middle. With the engagements and the action not happening till later on, they still fell quite early in comparison to other teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit difficult at times to get a good pacing to go through here. But, I mean, starting in a position like this up in Los Leones, it is going to allow for a great loot session for both teams here. So, Black Cobra can get themselves situated. But instead, it does seem like Black Cobra have their eyes set on a little bit of that ARB Champions. So, Smoker, well, you might be in for a bit of a surprise here, as the spray is just waiting. The trigger discipline coming through from Adam. And the rest of the team, they are close enough to bring in a bit of that assistance from on both ends, right? ARB Champions, Black Cobra. But the moment you start making noise, that is then also going to alert the surrounding team. So Cobra, they need to play this one very carefully.
Yes, they do. It's time to mount up and start rising the ranks, DK. Because although, you know, games 1 and 2, there's still room for mistakes. Say, after this one, there won't be too much to work around heading into Sanok. You want to make sure that you're going to be in a very comfortable space going into the back half of these 5 maps that we do have. Revenge going to hop in the buggy, run away for now, head to the next path as, you know, possibly positioning on the minds of these teams, possibly thinking of placements. You don't want to go down too early, but ARB watching down on towards Cobra, another team that was inside the vicinity of these 3 squads. Another team that actually had a very poor performance back in map 1 as well. All going to find themselves in a position where they need to decide, do they want to fight this or do they want to run away? And ARB might look to take a couple shots at Revenge, but no, just going to let them drive on by.
You see, but this is where ARB needs to be careful, because whatever they do to Revenge team, they might get that by the bucket load in return. Because as we know, Revenge is a dish best served cold. So you got to watch out for that one. It might pack a little bit of a punch, and not necessarily the intended punch that you could be looking for. But no, ARB also going to be looking for a little bit of a disengage here as they do start to make their way a little bit further towards the west. We still have about 3 minutes and a bit of change left on the clock until that blue zone is going to be closing up entirely. And then we'll see exactly where phase number 2 or stage number 2 is going to be taking us. But it does seem like Cobra, at least for the time being, are still going to be trying to get that last morsel of loot that they can still get their hands on. And then it's going to be the opportunity for the rotations. But I believe that we could maybe see a little bit of a focus from the teams coming a little bit more on towards that centralized portion of the zone, as I don't think we'll have anyone necessarily taking a direct center plunge, but this is Myanmar. Things could still change up as we go on forward. So I really look forward to having these rotations play out.
As do I, DK. Is there anything that you might be looking at these teams to focus on for Myanmar in particular, especially, you know, these teams who might be looking to, I guess, right their wrongs from map number 1?
Well, a great opportunity could have been in the early stage of the game to try and get a bit of a jump on, you know, a team that you might want to have a little bit of that repayment coming towards. But now that the teams have already had the opportunity to get themselves up, selves looted up, I think it's going to be quite difficult to contest right now. But this is once more one of those situations where you got to try and play a little bit of a preemptive position, right? Make a good assessment of the zone and put yourself in a position where it could potentially be like one of those transitional areas where you know teams could be very likely to rotate through, but moving over towards the western side, it is going to be increasingly challenging because that plays right into the hands for a team like Falcons White, for instance. They drop right there into Valle del Mar, so there's nothing new for them right in that region. I think a team that could maybe bring a bit of a surprise here could potentially be the side there of Geekay. Next X, of course, now going to be looking to hold on to just the edge there of Ladriera. But now, Vampires, Brute Force, taking their approach, moving much closer. I think there could be a great opportunity for some big plays to be had here.
It's going to be tough for not one, but 4 teams who are rotating outside of the zone as well, trying to get back. You see 72, Team Rahad, Pain, and Gangsters. I think that's Dragons also moving from the top side down. Gangsters Esports had the southern side unlocked, so they're going to be moving up towards Falcons White. We're centralized throughout that. And Cobra, ARB, alongside Team Revenge, we're all moving from the eastern side. So everybody locating where they want to be in Myanmar. There's plenty of space on the map for everybody to coexist, but at the moment, I'd say, DK, as we continue to traverse through this one, things will definitely ramp up as we do see a lot of teams still alive here. Still 16 teams, all players remaining, it looks like, throughout this map number 2, as Next X are looking to kind of chip away at that at the moment. I think that's, if I'm not wrong, Vampires just below them.
100%, 100%. That is indeed the Vampires. Now, Vampires, they play an interesting game, right? When they step onto a map like Sanok, which has a lot of shade, the Vampires tend to perform quite well because, well, shade. But on a map like Myanmar out in the sun, I really hope that they brought their sunblock with, because they definitely going to need a lot of time out here in the open. There's not going to be a lot of opportunities to definitely well, try and capitalize on a little bit of that hard cover play here. But as we did see in that zone, Onyx Ravens, they were also holding on to a very decent position up in towards the center. Now, based on where the zone is currently situated, I think that could allow for quite a good opportunity. A lot of information could come through on that end, so it's all going to come down to how they will be able to utilize that available space. In the meanwhile, Brute Force trying to get themselves up into a bit of a setup. Again, got to be knocking on the door here of Next X, and I mean, this again, this shows the capability of Brute Force to find themselves a little bit of that Next X play. As we know, coming through from the qualifiers, both teams were essentially side by side with regards to those positions on the board. But now, D2024 gonna look to just fend off that push.
I think X Esports, they got to realize, do we want to fight this or do we want to back away as soon as they notice it's brute force, as both teams just chipping away? It's either you get 15th, we get 15th, or both of us are going to get 15th, I think, between both of these teams. They want that high ground, and they're going to dominate it. Dexter just continuing to punish Onyx Ravens, who definitely were that 16th place team back in map number 1. Brute Force on the opposite end, taking down Gangsters Esports, as Next finally going to get a jump onto one of these players. Now, Fall going to get naded out. So Brute Force get that trade, looking to work their way up this mountain, but not able to get that full elimination. Brute Force, they are so out in the open right now. They have to be very, very careful as D24 looking to come help the fallen comrade. Inside the buggy, gets another down on the Brute Force. And the full, it should be onto this last player here. The Broody Fruities, they are hurting right now, DK.
Oh, yes, they are hurting quite a bit. Next X definitely going to be looking to keep the contention alive as they do rip quite heavily into the side of the Broody Fruities. But the opportunity is still there, right? Brute Force, they still have 1 or 2 players left in this match. You can see Mind all the way back off in the distance, so I don't think that we will see Neos making it any further. Meanwhile, also, we do see the aggression continuing to mount as Vicious and Geekay start to take their aim over onto the side there of the ARB Champions. But Next X, I gotta say though, they are looking very, very comfortable here.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a three-way contention going through between ARB, Vicious, as well as GK, as ARB is going to find elimination. It's back and forth between the three of them. Gangsters Dragon is going to be taking down Falcons, it looks like, with a head-on collision off a car. A couple of these Falcon White players are going to have to work their way back into it. Gangsters looking to work up this mountain next. They are not giving it up. They are gatekeeping players at the bottom, but D24 has to be careful. An angle is going to be found, and Gangsters Esports, they take their shots, they find a knock, and they equalize against X Esports, who have to revive and pick up their teammates.
I actually think these are the Gangster Dragons, as we do see Esport, Laser, and Must now trying to mount the play onto the side of Next. But again, Next are going to get tested, looking to see whether or not they can get that X. And oh, the pressure is building. Great utilization as the Blaze all now start to focus their way down on towards them. Laser 90 with a beautiful off-angle play, finding quite a bit of reach. Good angle to just keep a little bit of that Overwatch cooking here, allowing for Must and Esport now to make their play here, get themselves back out into safety. Meanwhile, the Vampires are going to be feeling a little bit more of that heat as GK continue to extend their reach. Mind still keeping it nice and steady there for Brute Force, trying to play for the longevity, not wanting to let the team slide out of here just yet. And now Vampires, ooh, going to try and make a stand against GK.
That's 2 players remaining. Malik's going to look for a little bit of high ground on these players, but GK, their shots are ringing true. Malik, now, you got to decide, is this worth the fight? Oh, he's not going to have a chance to think. A beautiful nade right onto the doorstep, and that's 3 members down for Vampire. Now YZN, all alone for this team, has to be thinking about placement, TK. But even still, so much damage onto this member. GK are lethal force right now with these guns. No matter how far away from these players they are, but still 15 teams alive, albeit Team Revenge now looking to poke away at GK, keep them down and humble. That respect is being shown from both of these teams. At the same time, GK, who again had a fantastic spot back on Arangal, GK. You saw how quickly that can fall away from you if you let this team who's behind you stay alive for too long. So the focus on the Revenge. Beautiful shot there from GK with the sniper. It's Gaith to keep that team down for the moment.
Just gotta love those multis. I mean, Gaith just being an absolute menace, reaching in both directions, trying to get a little bit of that revenge across the way. But this is where things could still get quite interesting because, I mean, GK, they don't necessarily have the best positional angle to play off of. They are still somewhat exposed, so they're really going to have to try and get some good coverage to play off of. But Hope and everyone else going to be riding the edges here, looking for opportunities, looking for angles. But as we can see, just off of the distance, we do have the players there from Falcons White also now starting to encroach. Cobra also pushing in all the way from that eastern front. So GK, they've made a lot of noise, but now they're going to have to take whatever the lobby is going to be bringing to them.
with that boggy toe, seems like the rotation is going to be on the minds of GK. Stay away from revenge. Not wanting to lose members just yet. Brute Force still alive and finding kills. That is something that this team needs at the moment after Next X denies them of that mountain. And it looks like with the situation that they found themselves against Gangsters Dragons, Next X have actually given that high ground up, and they are respectfully moving elsewhere to see if they can get some better positioning for the next zone. Falcons White, who has lost a member. Kane's gonna be down. Beautiful shots onto the Onyx Ravens, and actually finds the down onto Lath just with those last couple of bullets. I'm not sure if that was the full elimination of Onyx Ravens, but they did lose quite a bit towards the start of today, or towards the start of Miramar, so that could potentially be them down to the wire.
Yeah, that might have been the end of Onyx Ravens that we just witnessed. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be Ra'ad now looking to play from on high. Trying to get a bit of a play down onto the side of Falcons. I mean, 1-for-1 also going to have to try and defend their honor here. As we know, they got that lovely winner chicken dinner. But will they be looking at maybe locking in chicken number 2? Revenge going to be feeling quite a bit of heat out on the edge of the zone. But again, so much contention moving forward. Trying to secure position. Trying to get an angle to fight from. As you can see, Ahmed now also just narrowly making it up into zone. GK just towards the south, right up ahead. Even more difficulty as we can see Vicious hanging in the wing. But as we return back onto the mountain, it is going to be the Gangster Dragon squad now trying to knock at a few doors here. We do see Janaza up ahead and Ahmed now just ripping up the shots. Oh, look at that. Vicious flying in, just taking no numbers, no names, no nothing, but instead getting met with beautiful opposition. Great showing of aggression. Oh, but Ahmed still going to watch those angles.
Now he's got to watch his health bar. This is just hellfire being rained down from Zuxi. Nice shots there with the Scar Owl. Gonna find the full onto Gangsters and a little bit more for the rest of Team Ra'ad. Now up to 4 eliminations throughout this. Looking for a repeat after the next. Looks like 1-for-1 at the base of the mountain too. So plenty of players rotating in on this. The smokes are gonna be what, I guess, binds them together at the moment. It's kind of what we were hyping up going into Miramar, TK. There's not really many places to hide other than the terrain that's provided.
Oh, GK going to be experiencing the difficulty firsthand as Jazim is going to be looking to lock it in. You can see Hope and Gaith just off in the distance, trying to bring in a little bit of that vengeance play. But I like the rotation coming through there from Black Cobra as well. Going to be looking to push. Maybe find themselves a bit of a sweet spot. No, 1-for-1.
Again.
Maybe feeding the heat as Zuxi looks to rain down a little bit of terror.
But again, going to be right in on 1-for-1. This is a chance for that vengeance play. But again, you know, not wanting to give it up just yet. I feel like respecting 1-for-1 and, you know, what they were able to accomplish back inside of that first map. Just going to allow Zuxi to maybe be the one to deal that finishing blow. You don't want to give up too many members if you are Team Ra'ad with that positioning. So a couple others rotating into the zone. GK being one of them, coexisting with Team Revenge as well as Next X. It looks like Team Revenge down to 2 members, and so will be those other 2 squads that mentioned. No, it looks like Next X actually has 3. So, you know, Foul just looking in on this from below. GK can't be feeling too comfortable right now, but with those shots, almost had a chance to take one of these Next X members down.
Well, GK not going to be backing out of the fight just yet. Instead, they are going to be looking to find their way back into a little bit of that safety, but quite the contention going through onto the southern edge of zone. Black Cobra trying to get it under lockdown, but first, GK needs to push through Next X. Now, Waff getting met with quite a bit of lead in the face. We still have Dexter holding on the off angle, but Hope is going to be brought to their knees as Nawaz hits a beautiful nade. Now comes a little bit of that retaliation, a little bit of that third-party play from the side of Black Cobra. Gay's now trying to make the magic happen, but how will they be able to strafe their way through this position? Great opportunity out in the open. Oh, the rip is there. The play is in, and Jasim now getting dropped on down.
Beams, Team Revenge down to 1. That's how you see GK find their way back into this. That blue juice gonna heal them back up as hoping to get the revive back onto Hope, but Hope gets fully eliminated by Dexter. And NextX looking to punish GK and their spots, just not able to live just yet. You see Cobra as well, Gangsters Esports all falling. Walsh going to be in a little bit of a tussle versus Falcons White as he's trying to stay alive for the squad for a little bit more placement. Ra'ad gets runned up on by Cobra, and they're going to be losing some members. Here we see Cobra losing to the play zone as well, so everybody just dancing on the thinnest of wire at the moment. DK, Falcons White, they take care of Gangsters Esports, now getting gatekept by NextX.
Oh, this is NextX looking to step it up. 9 eliminations already under their belt, and they could potentially find the rest of the Falcons. But it's all going to be solely reliant on Nawaf on this front line. Good position. A little bit of that assistance coming through here, but now it's going to be go time. You can see P6 and Teak trying to sneak their way back into safety, but there's not going to be any hope, as it does seem like they will get denied. The smoke so far working in their favor. But NextX, they are determined. Oh, good play coming through from Blade as they do bring a bit of a stop and does provide a great opportunity now for Falcons to get out of the pressure play.
Somehow they stay alive. They can thank Cobra for that one. Gonna have to send them some love when this game is done. Falcons White, no smokes left. Can Nipsix get up the hill? Yes, he can. 3 teams remaining as we have literally gone from a full lobby to these last 3 squads in, I'd say, the last 3 minutes. As next, gonna find a knockout to 1, but traded out by Cobra. The full elimination should get rid of the majority of these players. Yeah, next is gonna go down, and this is a moment for Cobra, Black Cobra, to find this win. The winner chicken dinner comes at the hands of Black Cobra Esports as they take map number 2.
Wow, and they do so with 17 eliminations. Absolutely insane showing. I mean, we've been seeing some pretty steep elimination counts being brought in here today, but Black Cobra Esports just taking it to the next level, just backing in such a performance. And again, a great utilization of the terrain coming through here, right? Playing the elevation, playing those angles, and making it so difficult for anybody to get any form of safety.
Yeah, as soon as Team Cobra, you saw in the kill feed, they took down Team Ra'ad from that high ground that we saw. I'd say the ultimate high ground for that end circle. I had a feeling that they were going to be in the running for possibly our champions for game number 2, and there we have it. Like you say, the terrain just fits their playstyle perfectly, and for NextX and Team Falcons, who just could never feel comfortable in these rotations getting to the circle, especially considering NextX, they got forced off that ultimate high ground. They got punished to play where they were, managed to stay alive and get those placements, so hats off to them for sure. But at the same time, with all the damage that they were taking, they just could never find their way back into a comfortable position. And Black Cobra Esports, towards the end, taking that win. I mean, they punished every opportunity that they were gifted throughout Miramar, and they ran with it. They didn't look back. And a winner in map number 2, with those eliminations to back them up, should shoot them right up to potentially first place on the leaderboards.
Yeah, there's definitely a great opportunity for that to be the case here, but also now this is the second match in which we've seen an open team take the winner chicken dinner, right? The invited teams every time getting really close, making it up into top 3. So yeah, so far the open teams are setting the standard, right? They are essentially just perched up there, calling at these invited teams like, you know what? Bring it. Show us what you can have, and maybe you can upset the leaderboard. But so far, open teams, well, they are onto something.
I'm just saying, yeah, we know what you're made of. We got to see you in the Invitational. In fact, we got to watch you in the Invitational, is what the open teams are saying, DK. And I was hoping to see exactly this for today. Who did their homework? Who kind of watched into what these invited teams maybe were expecting to, play again, going to Arungal, going to Miramar? There is VOD for all the invited teams. However, there isn't VOD on the open teams that we're seeing. So these teams did their homework going into today, which it seems like they have. They're showing quite a fantastic strategy towards a lot of these end circles, punishing a lot of these invited teams who feel quite comfortable in these early spots. We saw GK, we saw NextX, Brute Force, plenty of teams that we just have not been able to see fully come alive. Even Falcons White to an extent. Yes, they're getting the placements and they're getting those top 3 finishes like we've been seeing, but they're just not able to push farther than that, DK. And I think these open teams, they got something to prove. And here they are proving it to us.
I think it's very, very healthy because, now Falcons, for instance, in this past game, as we saw, they were dealt quite a bit of a hand in those early stages of the game, right? Running into a few complications along the way, and I just love the kind of pacing that these open teams are bringing through. It's like they've got answers to all the potential strats that we have already seen, as you pointed out, come through from our invited team. So I think having that element of surprise working in your favor so far is boding exceptionally well for our open teams. And you've pointed out there was no VOD reviews to look at, so the invitational teams, they gotta just have to kind of go off what their instincts tell them. And so far seems like the open teams, they've really just been able to compensate for whatever the invitation teams could throw at them. And it's pretty dang exciting, but of course, the excitement is not going to end anytime soon because we are yet to get into the most aggressive match, right? We are yet to see what exactly Sanok is going to be holding, and I think if Erangel and Miramar is the slightest of indication, Sanok is going to be absolutely on fire.
Oh, 100%. I couldn't agree more than that. I think right now, if you're an invited team, you're thinking, how can I find an advantage in these games? How can I beat these open teams? Because that's 2 games back-to-back that you haven't been able to take down these open teams. So what's got to change? It goes back to when you opened the show, DK. You're talking about unknowingness and how these open teams, they are chock full of it at the moment. And now for these invited teams, as they've really been able to focus in on what these open teams are able to do, got to go into Senok with a little bit of vengeance in your mind, that feeling that you need to kind of fight off the beaten path, maybe try something new, or even do something a little unexpected, like go for some hot drops against these teams and maybe beat them early on through these games. It's just, there's so many opportunities, I think, that an invited team has to go into Sanok and beyond with, that just kind of revolves around the idea of the unknown. You need to find a new way to play today.
Well, speaking about finding new ways to play, of course, we are going to be heading into a quick break, so be sure to stay tuned and we'll be back in a short few moments. Don't go anywhere.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! the rhythm, it's the sound of the rhythm, it's around with the rhythm, it's the sound of the rhythm, it's the rhythm. Get down, come on, get down. 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 Everybody, they come around with the rhythm, it's the sound of the rhythm, get down. Everybody, they come around with the rhythm, it's the sound of the rhythm, get down. When we get to everybody, they come around with the rhythm, it's the sound of the rhythm, get down. Everybody, they come around with the rhythm, it's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
All the memories we made under the summer sun, chasing after waves, the taste of berries on my tongue, sipping on a feeling, sunny's got me healing, vibing out to your guitar. I don't wanna go yet, watch another sunset, wishing on a shooting star.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to hop straight into the action yet again. 2 maps already concluded. 2 maps in which the open teams, well, cracked the can wide open, right? Stepping up, locking in that winner chicken dinner. But of course now, well, we need to take a bit of a look and see what the leaderboard situation is and what they could potentially be looking to bring through as we are getting ready to enter match number 3. Now, Seymour, we've been seeing so much carnage out on the battlefield. I mean, the Black Cobras, they had an absolutely dominating play with those 17 eliminations.
I'd expect them to be in first after that one. I mean, there's a lot of things that I have expected that haven't come to fruition today, DK. I can say that one thing I did not expect are 2 open teams going to be at the top of the leaderboard to start off our day today for PUBG Mobile. But here we are. We get a fantastic game number 1 where it was, if I'm not mistaken, you got to help me out on this one. It's already slipped my mind who took that win back in game 1-for-1.
It was 141.
Out 2 teams out of the open bracket who come in with something to prove, like we've kind of been leading into for today. And now I'd say all notes that I had for this event are way far gone out the window.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see exactly what these players have been able to pack in here. I mean, it's just so much that's been happening. Erangel, Murmur, absolutely on fire. But as we know, right, we need to eventually get our ways a little bit closer onto that action that could be finding its way coming through on the lovely Sanok. So far, the team's holding pretty good pacing, beautiful upsets being played. I mean, good utilization of the space in the area, playing those positions, those angles, but see what the teams are going to be doing as we now get ready to hop straight into the plays here. Of course, it is going to be that opportunity, that time, the angle for a little bit of an upset, right? Sanok, flight path, not too important. The first zone, however, that is going to be the kicker, the determining factor. So I hope these teams are prepared and that they've got their socks pulled up as high as they can get them, because they're going to need them, as there might be a few snakes in the grass.
Oh, yeah, 100%. You don't want to get your ankles nipped at whatsoever as you're rotating through Sanok, but the map's a little bit smaller for anybody who doesn't know. I'm sure most people have, gotten used to this one just yet, but you say we jump into the map, I say we jump into the action, because there's not going to be much room to draw for a lot of these teams. You can expect some of these contestations to happen right off the bat as Gangsters Dragons, who actually had a really, really strong Miramar, going toe-to-toe with even Team Ra'ad at one point, now looking to maybe look in on a couple teams, but Something that we didn't get to see back on Miramar. Already some knocks going down on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, we are still very, very early in this game, as we are just about a minute or so away from seeing that blue zone closure start for phase 1. But also another interesting thing that I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be doing here is how they're going to be playing these zone rotations, because as we know, Sanok, you can't rely on that blue zone, and Onyx Ravens. Well, they're going to have to rely on Saleh now to carry the name forward. Saad also there, but they're going to have to try and patch that HP bar back up again if they want to stay in contention. And quite a bit of play already right here in Camp Charlie. Oh, Next X again, just doubling down with the aggression.
Yeah, doubling down. Onyx Ravens, they need this right now. But Next X going to be stuck on the inside. One player down for the Onyx Ravens. Dexter's going to be finished off, so this is fantastic. OXR, a couple kills to boot to start things off. They're going to take down one of the best teams that we have inside the lobby, but not without a cost. It looks like Cobra, Black Cobra, is going to be just right on the horizon, looking to now find a little bit of revenge for Next X.
Well, speaking about revenge, there's one team in particular that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on in this match, and that is going to be the Vampires. Going to look to see whether or not they can hold true to my theory that I've got concerning them. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be Lath still having to go toe-to-toe here with Cobra. As you can see, Kale just waiting up top. Saad needs to find a way to get themselves patched up, as they don't quite yet have any of those meds. Unfortunately, they do have Lath here to lend a bit of a helping hand, right, to keep up that cover while they look to get themselves patched. Now, Adam going to be waiting in the wing, trying to time the play. Oh, and they get the hit in. Cobra coming back with quite a bit of a play, and that's it. Onyx Ravens getting swept away.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to hot dropping, DK. I mean, the pros are that you just took down Next X, but the cons being, as soon as you're done, if your drop isn't, bountiful, you're kind of going to be a sitting duck. And so we see sitting and waiting for Black Cobra Esports to come finish them off. Onyx Ravens, yet another unsatisfying finish to map number 3 now, as this team is going to need one of the best comebacks that we've ever seen in PUBG Mobile over the last 2 maps that we have in this tournament.
Well, let's see if that is indeed going to be on the menu. But a good play here up in towards Camp Charlie. Of course, from what we can see, it does seem like they have quite a bit of traveling to do to get themselves situated back up in towards that next phase. But look at this, though. Vicious. Ooh, Belushi getting dropped on down. That is it. Another team that I still want to see a bit of a play from is going to be 721. I mean, they came so close on Murmur. We almost had an opportunity to see what they have for us, but we didn't quite get to see too much of that. But now, Sanok. Beautiful opportunity, great map to really showcase a lot of that talent here. So I'm really going to be looking at 721 Smart to see what their approach will be here.
Bruforce had, I guess, a tough draw back on Miramar too. I mean, that ultimate high ground that Next X had early on, everybody wanted it. It was just, I guess, only one team could have it at the end, and that was, I think, Geekay was the one who managed to pull away with it. And so, it was Black Cobra Esports who managed to walk away with it. And Brute Force, unfortunately, were just the first ones to fall when it came down to that scrap. So it's a team who, again, has a lot of expectations going into today, but we haven't yet seen those expectations fulfilled for Brute Force. So going to, I guess, a map like Sanok, a very fast-paced, heavy aggression map, is going to fit their playstyle. And I think it's a big test to what Brute Force are we going to get for the remainder of today. Are they going to continue to fall behind, or is this their chance to step up? Same goes for here on screen. Falcons White. Can we see them answer the call of Sanok and really turn the battle going into the back half of this tournament?
Well, there's only one way for us to find out, right? We're going to have to wait until we get to the point. But yeah, I agree with you that I'm hoping that Brute Force have a fruitful run here. I think that could be a really good bit of pacing to find. And well, I was asking for 721 to step it up. They already start with a bit of that aggression as we do see it coming through in the feed, taking aim down onto the side there of Team Raad. But now, right up on the mountains here, Falcons going to be looking to play their game. And, ooh, look at that. Such a big portion of the zone is going to be water. So this next zone is going to be absolutely essential as it will be crammed full of teams. 721 pushing forward now. More than half the zone is going to be water as we take a look at that next phase. And this is where the level of complexity just starts to skyrocket. Also, Pain Africa, they've also been a little bit quiet in the first two games, right? I think they might be just a bit dormant, right? They could be holding quite a bit of an opportunity, especially seeing that they are relatively close towards Hatin.
And not too far behind for this one. Look over at 721. They did get 2 eliminations to start off today. How do you feel about that one, TK? I mean, you looking at them to maybe start off strong. But other than that, still very, very hesitant to walk into some of these POIs. And I'd say rightfully so. Things haven't really been going their way. Falcons White, oh, how about some payback here? 141 at the bottom of the hill. And it was some lovely, lovely shots coming out from, I think that's Puncher King.
Well, let's see whether or not Puncher is going to be able to pack a few more. As the elevation that Falcons are holding here could maybe serve them quite well based on the positions that we saw from the teams. Ooh. Again, now it's going to be Axa and the rest of the Falcons looking to capitalize as Geekay come rushing straight on forward. Marth quickly just slipping back into a little bit of that safety. And I mean, what a welcoming committee this is, right? Welcoming them in with open barrels. That is exactly the kind of welcoming you are looking for right here on PUBG.
Yeah, well, you know, here in Canada, we're more polite when it comes to these welcomes. But hey, on Sanok, this is what you expect. Oh, Antique getting run up on, has a little bit of backup, and it works out. Marth gets dropped. Full elimination there for Falcons White, now up to 4. And GK, this welcoming committee has definitely not been in your favor, as Hope is also going to be found by Nipsix. Fully downed as well, up to 5 for the sides of Team Falcons. Now 6 kills for them as they eliminate Geekay Esports from that ultimate high ground.
Well, speaking about ultimate high ground, that is not what 141 or the players here from Pain Africa have to work with. I mean, 141, they do have a potential high ground, but that could be with regards to the leaderboard, right? So there is a bit of a flex maybe that we could be seeing coming through on their end, but it's still going to require quite a bit of work to come through now. Pain, also one of the teams that we are waiting quite patiently for to see what their approach will be to today's games. Also, match 1, match 2, a little bit more reserved than we would have liked. But again, beautiful opportunity being presented here. Yash now really watch the angles as Janaza could come through with a bit of a pop, and that could maybe play quite a bit of an offset here for Pain.
I mean, how many times we've been in this position? You want to pull that trigger. You want to shoot so bad. But I like the, I guess, awareness from 141 that Falcons White are just above them and that they don't want to overstep. They don't want to take any unnecessary engagements that might allow for a third party being in their position. They got ARB Champions just behind them as well. So I think that just kind of goes to show that this open team has just a little bit more of a handle on their situation than we might be thinking for this squad. We head over to 721 now. Still 2 eliminations for them as they're rotating in just over the horizon. We see Brute Force. Down the hill is going to be Vicious Esports, and seems like unbothered right now are 721 on their pathing.
Well, aside from pathing, they also need a little bit of that pacing, right? 2 eliminations looking pretty good, but are they going to be able to find a few more? We got Prepod just waiting up towards the north, and Neos with a beautiful off angle. Let's see whether or not Brute Force can, well, Brute Force their way into a little bit of those elims, as we are yet to see an invited team rise up and just assert their dominance here. But now 721 looking to bring themselves back up as CXX goes right on down. So Vanix about to be brought back into the fight here. Yezen still going to be holding off a nice angle. You can see up towards that bridge. Ooh, but this is all the way down towards the southern side. Venom off in the distance. It's a little bit of a range play coming through here, but who's going to be one to find it though? As, I mean, this bridge is essentially the bridge that controls access on towards that northwestern island.
ARB knocks down one of Black Cobra Esports as well. It's a big pick for them. ARB had a pretty decent game back are, but doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get the full down onto Adam. So should be able to revive that. Black Cobra Esports should still be at a full 4 squad, where ARB Champions, they can't say the same. Only 2 members alive, 0 eliminations, and even that, Smoker's got to be careful, because if he goes down, that's going to put this team in a very vulnerable state where Black Cobra Esports can walk up this hill and walk all over the remainder player.
But it's actually a very interesting rotation that we've seen come through there from side of Black Cobra, right? They started off just before the zone shifts. We saw them all the way to that southern edge of the map, and now they've been able to sneak all the way back up towards this far north. 7-2-1 now. Ooh, pushing straight down into the drink. Malek here from the Vampires. Again, playing from within the shade. And this holds true to my theory. Let's see whether or not the Vampires are going to be able to let a little of that rampage now ensue, as they have multiple targets to take their pick off.
Just who are you going to go for? Say it's a gallant of revenge players on the other side of this water. And here we go. Open season. Nice shots onto one. Not going to find the knock into the first one, but the second across the water does get down for Team Revenge. Vampires hesitant to advance. I mean, that water giving, I guess, Revenge to a little bit of leeway when it comes down to getting this revive back up. And it looks like actually Brute Force take one of the Vampires players down. Hazard is going to get brought to his knees, as maybe an idea that they did want to aggress onto these Revenge players, but denied by the Broody Fruities.
Ooh, this could be a golden opportunity. Broody Fruity is holding on to a beautiful angle there, and this is exactly the kind of setup they need moving closer to this point. But Yezen still going to maintain quite a bit of that focus over onto the side of Revenge. But again, making all that noise is going to be luring in so many more teams. We do see the Falcons also just behind them. And of course, there's another team also just slightly further down south. So you got to be very, very cautious as to how you play this. But now Vampires, they have no other choice, right? They're going to have to dip out of here and get themselves situated back into safety. And this is the opportunity now for Brute Force and potentially the side of Revenge, well, to get their serving.
Revenge thought, but as soon as one walks out, Vampires still well aware that they have the advantage there. So they're able to keep Revenge team at arm's length right now. Their big worry is going to be Brute Force, and it seems like Pain Africa also going to be walking in on this stuff. So Pain Africa, you see Gangsters Esports just in front of them. Everybody's starting to circulate into one general area here for Senok, and it does seem like we're about to see things explode. With 12 teams, I can't expect this to last for long.
Well, as we know, this is Sanok, so even sitting in the 4th stage, there is not going to be a lot of space to try and utilize. But we still see the players there from 1-4-1 off in the distance over towards that western edge, yet to find the entry moving forward in towards this next zone. Pain are going to be experiencing, as the name suggests, and look at that! 1-4-1 getting met as Jafar reaches in. Beautiful spray. Does bring Janaza onto their knees. Fortunately, the rest of the team is there to quickly bring them back up onto their feet. But now, Gangsters presented with a golden opportunity. They do have control here of Hatin. A very interesting parking that we see there as well. But maybe that could still be utilized as a bit of an angle.
Could be, for sure. This is a great angle to be on, at least for 1-4-1 at the moment. With the zone pulling towards Gangsters Esports, they're going to be in a great spot. players moving into them. 1-for-1 can maybe pick off players moving through this as well. They have some natural cover. Falcons White gonna have to drop down from this mountain, it seems. And Gangsters Esports just going to be at the center of it all. You still have Black Cobra Esports alive, Falcons White alive, Gangsters Esports still alive. Vicious starting to lose members, but still inside of the placement at the moment. And 1-for-1 going to still be there. Plenty of teams still sitting at the top. You look at 1-for-1 and Black Cobra, who both have a chicken dinner under their belt for today. Now looking to stay alive and potentially get a second.
Well, the pressure is definitely going to be there. All they got to do is just play exactly the way they did in those previous 2 matches. With a slight change up, of course. This map brings its own kind of flavor to the field. But now let's see whether or not Gangsters actually can get the play here. Janaza again will get dropped down as the Renox connects on through. Sirius now in serious trouble as the shots, just laid on so thick. And Jody is not going to make it out. So that is 1-for-1, getting denied the privilege of yet another winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's a big moment for a lot of teams looking to rise the ranks. Pain Africa taking down Cobra as well. So plenty of big names starting to fall. You see Vampires also losing out on some members. It looks like that was Gangster Dragons, or if not, Gangsters Esports still continuing to rack up a little bit of these numbers. Yeah, it is Gangsters Dragon still alive just at the bottom of the hill from Falcons White, who's taking down Vampires to take their spot. Revenge Team just behind them as well, DK. So plenty of teams still alive, 10 in total, as off-screen somewhere else, Gangsters Esports starting to get walked up on. But oh no, Puncher King, fall damage, he loses his life.
Wow, that is quite unfortunate coming through, but as we know, Falcons could still pick this one up as they do find themselves now sat with double-digit eliminations. But the pressure is going to be on.
Look at that play zone.
Need to see whether or not that play is going to come in, though.
Play zone is doing so much damage right now onto Falcons White, so they had to give up on King, leave him behind, and that's only going to leave him at 3 remaining players.
Well, but look at the zone now. I mean, Revenge going to be pushing in from that eastern side. We got the Vampires and the Broody Fruities up towards that eastern side. Cobra, Greedy, and a whole lot of others just locked in or on towards the western front. Falcons still going to try and pick up a little of that pacing, right? They got to try and cover as much ground as they can to get themselves properly secured moving into the zone. And this play could actually, well, serve them quite well, as we do have the Gangsters just holding on to the edge. And that seems to be the players there from the Gangster Dragon squad. Now Falcons White trying to get that set up. Axa trying to line up the plays here. Ooh, we've got to watch out for it, though. As they know, right? Falcons, they have a bit of an opportunity. They have a bit of a chance to head all the way up to a full dozen elims. But as you can see, Adam and the rest of Cobra, they all primed and ready and just waiting to strike it down.
The Revenge Team get eliminated by Gangsters Dragons. The Gangsters Dragons now in control of the bridge. Falcons White going to be keeping an eye on them. Brute Force took down a member of Pain Africa, and in turn, it does look like Gangsters Esports as well. The Gangsters Esports still poking away at Brute Force, so each team just coexisting at the moment between each other, sharing knocks. But here we go as teams enter on in. Black Cobra Esports, maybe a chance to punish some teams rotating in towards the zone. Pain Africa, another elimination onto Gangsters Esports.
Ooh. Man, this is getting pretty tight. Must now just going to be holding on, trying to heal the blue, but up comes Axa, does put in the finishing blows, and that is Falcons now up to 11. Up comes the plays. You see Brute Force still holding nice and steady. We do see Mind now being, well, the final hopeful.
Falcons White
just trying to carry that name forward. Ooh.
Falcons White punishing a couple of these Cobra players. Only one left, it looks like. Ketil looking to get dropped by that nade, and that's going to be Black Cobra Esports denied another victor, so we will be getting a new chicken dinner winner here on Sanhok. You still have Brute Force alive, Team Ra'ad, Falcons White, as well as Pain Africa.
Well, Falcons still going to try and pick it up, right? They have been waiting for this opportunity. They've been trying their utmost, and they've been absolutely succeeding in their efforts, as they are sitting here with a very comfortable 16 eliminations up. 3 potential players, 3 additional eliminations that could find their way on over. This could be Falcons maybe clutching a 19 elim game. Teak, though, is going to be brought to their knees. Yes, sir.
3 versus 3. Nipsek's going to be here. Picard looking for somebody to run over, but a 3 versus 3, and they lose that player driving. So Dre's going to be down. Now Pain Africa with the advantage. You need something big out of Nipsix here, DK. But he's going to be shut down. Last one in the smoke's going to be finished. And Pain Africa from out of nowhere take game number 3 with a winner chicken dinner, denying a huge point game from Falcons White and giving them a way back into this tournament.
I mean, that is just so painful, but well played to Pain Africa, of course. Now, again, another open team taking the winner chicken dinner from the clutches of our invited teams. I mean, you couldn't have even imagined that we are going to be looking at all these upsets being played, but a phenomenal game being handled here by Pain Africa, and man, it is just so dang exciting. I mean, there's so many surprises happening all over the place, right? Falcons just cracking it open, coming through with 16 eliminations. I mean, what a performance. Very close to that insane match that we had all the way back in game number 2.
And towards the end, I mean, you saw Pain Africa, they just had the better positioning. They had the buildings, the natural cover. Falcons White, albeit they had a great game, they were just rotating in from the disadvantageous spots. So they kept on finding eliminations and other players rotating in with them. But as soon as Pain Africa had no worries in the world for people contesting them, they just got to set up and pick away at Falcons White. And that was probably the easiest win we've had yet today towards the end when it does come down to things. And it's a big moment, I was saying, for Pain Africa, because games number 1 and 2, I don't think they were too present on Miramar or Rango. So this is their way back. A winner chicken dinner is going to mount them a lot of placement points behind those eliminations. You talk about how yet another open team wins here for our 3rd map of the day. Have yet to see an invited team make it into finding a winner chicken dinner. Although, we'll say, they're not too far behind when it comes down to those eliminations points. Falcons White, you can't take it away from them whatsoever, DK. That 16 points on top of a 2nd place, that's going to be a lot of points to boot going into this map number 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's 22 points right there. So a phenomenal play coming through from the side of Falcons. Now we just need to see a little bit of that invited chicken make its way through to see our invited teams defend their honor. Because so far, the open squads, I mean, they are stepping up, and they are stepping up like absolute legends. It is pretty amazing to see these tallies coming through here. The eliminations looking phenomenal. The angles being played quite excitingly. And of course, Pain Africa just capitalizing exactly when they needed to get themselves that winner chicken dinner secured. So, I mean, based on what we've been having here today, again, it is so difficult to predict who is going to be the team to pick up our next potential winner chicken dinner, as it's essentially it's gone all over the place.
You know what's funny too, DK? I mean, we're 3 matches in, and we still technically don't know who's winning at this moment. I mean, it's such a big focus point that you and I put on for who's going to walk away in 1st place, who's going to auto-qualify for the grand finals, and that is just the biggest question mark right now. It is yet to be told for this. So if people at home watching this wondering, you know, what the leaderboards look like, we're just as in the dark as you are. So apologies from our end. We're working on that as quick as possible to get those leaderboards updated, get everything tallied up and on screen ready for you. Just a couple of hiccups. Things happen. Tech doesn't always go our way, for sure. But no matter what, we can say that having 3 different teams find winner chicken dinners, no repeat winners so far, and I don't even think we've seen a repeat winner make it into top 3 placement the second go around, that should lead to healthy competition in my eyes going into towards these last 2 maps that we have. We're going back to Erangel and Myanmar. Myanmar first, being our map number 4. But heading back to Myanmar, that leaves so much open for teams who still want that first place spot. It is certain that no one team is going to be way out ahead of another one. So that first place spot, that auto qualification for grand finals, DK, it is well up for grabs from a lot of these members.
Oh yes, and I mean we've got so many strong runner-ups, right? So many teams that I believe are in contention to solidify that position, because I mean based on the pacing, based on the angles, based on the just sheer immense numbers that we've been having drawn out through these past 3 matches, I think it is looking quite close when it comes to that leaderboard. But I think also then listening to this music that we have right now, it helps in build the suspense, because essentially we are waiting in suspense to see what the standing situation is, right? Where these teams are, how much work do they need to do, and just how much effort will they continue to have to put in moving through only the final 2 matches. As you said, it is going to be Wrangle, it is going to be a little bit of Miramar spice to come in just to add that extra bit of flavor in, and based on what we had through those previous 2 runs, I think we are going to be in for quite a bit of a surprise. But again, no potential idea as to who could be the team to take it, because we've seen our invited teams trying, right? You can't fault them. They have been trying. But the open teams,
100%.
they just come up with creative approaches and creative responses to stop those plays right there in their tracks.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's just fantastic points all around. And you have to be thinking, DK, as a viewer, maybe even as a competitor who's right now running a blind marathon. You know, you don't know who's in the lead. You're running with your eyes closed right now, and you're just trying your best to seize the opportunities that are given. Is it a thought that maybe the invited teams are doing a little bit too much, focusing a little bit too much on, you know, their strategies going into today and not really adapting well to the scenarios given to them by these open teams?
I mean, it's a good question to ask, because if you look at the open teams and kind of where they come from, they are put in a position where they're going to have to play a lot more adaptively to whatever the zone is going to be bringing in, because as we know, they don't necessarily have the same amount of VOD reviews, right? They don't have those VODs to go look back on and see how the opposing teams play. They all just got to take it on what that moment brings, and they're going to have to react very quickly to that. And we've been seeing so much of that happening out on the battlefield, right? The open teams, something comes their way, they're like, you know what, it's fine. We've been in a situation similar to this before. Up, boom, there they go. And they have a response to it, right? Where the invited teams, they've been training themselves to respond to the opposing squads that they know, right? They can sit, they can do their research, and it's great, but it's quite challenging going up against teams who have that adaptability.
It is quite challenging. I mean, that ebb and flow, it's been broken. And suddenly you're just off the beaten path, just noodling. Wonder what to do next, and see if you can find yourself in a spot to work out and, you know, walk away on top. And speaking of walking away on top, here's the prize pools for anybody who was wondering. That $1,500 at the top for broken down into 1st to 8th place. That first place being 500, second place 350, third place 250, and then down we go all the way to 7th and 8th, walking away with 50 out of that 1,500 overall. So a lot to play for when it does come to value in money, but a lot to play for as well past that, knowing that there is open qualifiers that led into this one. We had an inviting qualifier leading into the top 8 teams auto qualifying for this monthly final. We had an open qualifier with over 1,000 teams playing against each other to also qualify 8 teams in towards this monthly final. And then next month, we're going to do it again. Another 2 qualifiers, invited and open. We're going to do that for 4 months with 4 monthly qualifiers. First place team from those monthly qualifiers auto qualifying for the grand finals. 2nd to 8th, I think. No, 2nd to 5th or 6th auto-qualifying for the playoffs out of those 4 monthly qualifiers. And then in our playoffs, we're going to have 32 teams, 16 teams qualified out of those monthly finals, 16 teams qualifying from a last chance qualifier, and out of that, the teams will funnel into our LAN Grand Finals. So, outside of this prize pool, DK, there's so much to play for overall in the longevity of this journey that we are taking here in Arena Esports.
Yeah, I mean, there is quite a bit of longevity that we are going to be looking at here. And as you said, rightly so, there is still, this is only the first month. So we still have additional 3 more to work our way through. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities for teams to bring in a bit of that success, to have their go, to have a bit of a taste, to see exactly what this is going to be bringing on through. But speaking of which, of course, well, we know we are slowly approaching our next match. But this is where, Seymour, I actually want to ask you, right, based on what we've seen so far, based on the previous 3 matches, and of course also what you saw come through from the invitational qualifiers, who do you think is going to be the next team to potentially take that winner chicken dinner?
It's got to be another open team. At this point, it has to be another open team. I think Vampires have playing very consistent throughout the middle portions of the game, just kind of falling short towards those end games. If they can focus better on their rotations and getting some positioning in towards those end circles, that's a team I could definitely see walk away with a winner chicken dinner. On top of that, Gangsters Dragons, they've been fighting against some of the best, Falcons White, Brute Force, even Next X at time, and they've been doing some pretty lethal damage. Team Ra'ad, we've seen from our invited teams, also continually put up plenty of eliminations, just missing out on that winner chicken dinner a couple times. ARB Champions, a team that we also see trying to contest a lot of these squads. I mean, there's so many teams right now that are playing extremely well, just barely missing out on that mark, that if they can fix up these rotations, focus on that end circle positioning, they could be those champions, those winner chicken dinners towards the end of it. And I think my biggest focus is going to be Vampires and Gangsters Dragon, who have been in some of those spots plenty of times when it comes to those late game rotations. But I do have something for you, DK, if you were curious for it. We were given a little bit of our score sheet to go off of so far with these teams after 3 maps, and it is going to be our top 3 being Black Cobra Esports, Falcons White, and Vicious Esports. Team Ra'ad going to be in that 4th place, 141 in 5th, Brute Force in 6th, and Pain Africa, after that Sanhok victory, they're going to find themselves in 7th. Rounded out with Gangsters Esports being in that 8th spot. So that's our top 8 that we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting board to look at indeed, but what is quite surprising for me is where we see Geekay Esports. I mean, a very strong team from what we've seen coming through from other events, but we've not yet seen that same kind of Geekay perform here, right? They've been having a little bit of a, I would almost say a lackluster kind of play, because it just seems like things have not yet really been able to click into place for them. So I'm going to be looking at Geekay in these coming 2 matches to see whether or not they can pick up that play, pick up that pacing again, and maybe try and push to get themselves back up into the contentious spots, because the spot that you essentially want to aim for here is going to be the top 5. As we know, the team finishing in 1st place are going to be getting that direct invite, the auto qualification over on towards the grand finals. So the other 4 slots, those are still up for grabs. So there's still going to have to be quite a bit of fighting come through. And looking at what we have with regards to points, I mean, anything can still change in these coming 2 matches.
Yeah, just for reference, I mean, GK sitting in 10th place. I was talking about Vampires. They're sitting in 15th place, just 1 away from last place, which is ARB Champions going to be in last place, actually. Gangsters Dragons sitting in 12th. So a couple of those teams that I was noting that have that chance, for winner chicken dinners, but when it comes down to putting together their rotations and winning out of these games, they're falling minimally short to a lot of these marks. team I'm surprised to see, sitting at the top is actually Brute Force in 6th place. This team, I feel like, has been struggling to get their footing throughout today, but it seems like they've been struggling in all the right ways. TK, surprising myself with the 6th place finish. It seems like those eliminations have been enough to put them up the standings. I mean, they're sitting in 6th place with 18 eliminations without a winner chicken dinner to back them up. So Brute Force, if this team who walked away 1st place from our invitational earlier on this month can put together a winner chicken dinner with those 18 eliminations and whatever they're going to get that winner chicken dinner, they have a chance to even climb up towards that top spot. Because when it comes to total, I mean, there's not too many points. I mean, Black Cobra Esports have 41 total points. The next up being Falcons White with 33, who also haven't had a winner chicken dinner. So they've been putting on quite a performance in themselves. And then just below that, it kind of narrows down into 28 points for Vicious Esports, 27 points for Team Rod, then 25 and 23 for both 141 and Brute Force. You look at how close in competition these top 6 teams are. Right now, DK, with a big pop-off game, 16 to 18 kills on top of a winner chicken dinner, that is anything that you need. That is all you need, really, to jump into the top 8, or even from the top 8 to jump into that top 3 spot.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity definitely is there, and it's all going to come down to what the teams will be bringing into Erangel and the lovely Miramar itself. So the upset could still be played, right? As you've mentioned, Brute Force holding on to that 6th place. 1-for-1, they've just been, well, keeping up with the pacing. I mean, they've also been able to secure themselves a very decent serving of eliminations, sitting on 14. Even though it's not necessarily the highest tally that we've seen, they've been pretty consistent in their efforts. And as we know, in a game like this, consistency is key, right? If you're able to replicate those performances match after match after match, regardless of where you place exactly, if you're consistent, you are going to be smiling, because you will be much closer to the higher end of that leaderboard. And, well, you're going to have a much more comfortable run, rather, seeing that I'm running out of English here, as opposed to the teams that are having a bit of a touch and go approach when it comes to these games. But we know that it is quite difficult. And I mean, that is why we enjoy all the insane action that we've been looking at here today. The teams, I mean, they just got to bring it, right? They just got to bring it. And speaking of bringing it, let's bring it right down to the desert as we again step in with a bit of a southern flight path coming through.
Yeah, this is vastly different from what we got back on Miramar the last time, which was just a little bit towards the left, but straight down the middle. It's going to go straight to Valle del Mar. I hope I say that right. I mean, it's not my area expertise, but that's where we saw Falcons White lands. It was very central towards that end circle, which I think finished over towards just above Val del Mar. So we're going to be seeing a lot of teams struggling to go towards the top side, the north side of this map. It's where I think we started to see Gangsters Dragons really go for. Team Rod also really went for the northern side of this map at 721. All went towards those sides. So this is going to force a lot of teams very, I guess, southern side drop. And in turn, where our Miramar was less chaotic back in map number 2, with a flight path like this, DK, we could be looking for some pretty quick action.
Oh yes, especially as you pointed out, the team's not necessarily going to be having too much flexibility with their reach towards those northern regions. But yeah, I'm curious to see where the zone's going to be going. Is it going to follow kind of in the footsteps of what we had in the first match, closing down on towards the southern side? Falcons, again, they could have a bit of a favorable situation here, but we're going to have to see exactly what that zone will be revealing. But in the meantime, right, this is another fresh chance for another team potentially to step up and get that winner chicken dinner. It's an opportunity for a team here like Geekay to show their aggression, show their prowess out on this battlefield, and just assert a little bit of that dominance coming through here.
Who's it going to be as we load in with 15 teams instead of 16? Somebody did not meet the I guess, the mark for map number 4. So that's going to be unfortunate. Didn't see who exactly we were missing going into this last game, but that is quite unfortunate. I would say if a team opted to, you know, give up at this point in time, or if maybe they were just having some connection issues going into this one, they're going to have a lot to make up going into that last match if we do see 16 teams. Is a drop for Vampires on top of Next X. It seems like Dexter's going to be aware of Hazard going to be up there. Hazard drops on down, a little bit of fall damage. Just evading these shots. Will they be able to evade enough? Here comes the rest of Next X, and there's no way that Hazard is getting away from this one. So, big kill here for Next X, taking down Vampires. It looks like Brute Force taking down the rest of this team as well, as that is a horrible start for Vampires.
It's unfortunate, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Speaking about it, which it is going to be the players here from 721. Vanix now hopefully not going to be vanishing on us, as they are going to be looking to just push a little bit more over towards that eastern side. We did see a little bit of company being held over on towards that eastern front. Ooh, but will Ra'ad now look to maybe play a bit of an upset here? Will we see them maybe up the ante, try to get a little bit more aggressive, and potentially try to contest our open teams?
It's 70-21, sitting in 11th place, 7 points away from 8th, and with 4 eliminations and 7 placement points in total. So, a team who hasn't been the prettiest, I would say, but they're slowly scraping by. And again, you know, 7 points away from that 8th spot. 721 are definitely not out of the running just yet for being inside of, you know, possibly getting towards that top 6 after Erangel, if they can, you know, scrounge together a big game here on Miramar. To close out for this team would be not just a miracle, but probably one of the best showings that we've seen so far today.
Well, that definitely could be the case here, but it's all going to come down to how the opportunity is going to be able to present itself. Meanwhile, we do see the players here from Brute Force all the way over in towards Chumacera, so that is quite some distance away from where we have the lovely team of 721. But, ooh, it does seem like the players there from Gangsters Dragon are going to be letting a little bit of something loose there, as they are going toe-to-toe with Falcons. And, well, B6 just packing quite a little punch, coming through with that DBS. So far, it seems like they've actually been able to find 3, if not the entire squad.
Yeah, B6 there with a couple kills for Falcons White. That's a full elimination. They lost Dre, so it does seem like Gangsters Dragons did not go down without a fight whatsoever, but losing out on that one member, I'm sure Falcons White, they are not worried at all. 4 eliminations, taking down Gangsters Dragons. It's a great start for this team that's already in second place.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we want to see even more of that push. But this could be that opportunity now for the Falcons to lock in. I mean, they are trailing by about 8 points. So having 4 eliminations already off the bat, that is going to set them up quite well. But now it's also going to rely on what the team there from Black Cobra are going to be looking to bring through in this game. Meanwhile, 141, I mean, we've been talking about them as well. They've been having a pretty good run. There is a bit of an opportunity for now for them, for instance, to just solidify that positioning up in towards the top 5. But it's still going to take quite a bit of work, because they are going to be chased by the players from Brute Force on the leaderboard. But now Revenge instead going to be rushing up onto them right here in game.
No respect being shown from Revenge team, I'd say. Rightfully so. They need this. Couple kills from themselves. Looks like Gangsters fighting back against Brute Force inside of that feed, as Sirius is going to grab this vehicle, get away as fast as they can, pawn off another vehicle over towards their teammate. Only 2 left alive. They're rotating right into Brute Force. This is not a good spot, and it seems like they noticed that. And they're going to hop off the path, start to find some other place to go. ARB Champions, 16th place team, all the way down at the bottom, looking in on Revenge team, as still the fighting is continuing to go down. And Teak gets dropped from Falcons White, so it doesn't seem like Gangsters were all taken care of, and it doesn't seem like they are quite happy with the early engagements that they had.
I mean, well, rightly so. I don't think anybody's going to be smiling about the fact that they've been taken on early on. We do see that, well, Gavin is going to be locking in that play. And this, of course, now being the players from Gangsters Esports looking to avenge their namesake, right? The Gangsters Dragon team. But great opportunity here. See whether or not the Falcons are going to be dipping out. Puncher now getting pressured up to the top. There's a few utilities. Could definitely end the run right here. Kevin Walsh. Ooh, good strat, good angles. Now follow through. Will it be there? I like these defensive angles being held as well. But Walsh now still needs to try and lock this position down. A good showing of aggression. Oh, and there we go. There we have it. Falcons getting taken aback, and it is the end of the road for them. Beautiful performance coming in from the Gangsters Esports.
Beautiful revenge, too, on a fellow gangster team. I mean, back in game number 1, back on Arango, we saw both Gangsters Esports and Gangsters Dragons fighting. It was a little bit of a turf war there that we saw between the two of them. But here on Miramar, feeling a little bit sorry for their fallen gangster team. So Gangsters Esports going to take down our second-place team in the standings, Falcons White. So here on Miramar, that's going to open up some opportunities for anybody just below them, I'd say in the top 6, to maybe dethrone them from that positioning. So we head over towards ARB Champions. They are going to hop into a car. We look at the map as well. Team are odd rotating out towards this play zone. Does seem like we're getting a almost mirror of what that zone was back on Miramar in game number 2, heading down over towards Val Del Mar.
Yeah, well, that's why we call it Miramar, right? But in the meanwhile, let's see how these plays are going to work out, though. I'm actually so surprised that Gangsters Esports got that full wipe over on towards Falcons, because as I mentioned before, Falcons a very strong team when it comes to the side here of Miramar. But ooh, ARB Champions, though, they are going to be looking to bring in a bit of opposition onto the side here of Black Cobra. But Cobra, again, not going to be backing out of the defense here.
I'm a little bit surprised, too, for Falcons White, DK. I mean, it's a team that you don't normally see make mistakes. Very patient, very composed squad. And in there, maybe confidence after, you know, recognizing how well they've been playing, they feel untouchable. But right there, that confidence, I guess, it's their downfall for Miramar here. And I'd hate to see something like that with how good Falcons White have been playing without getting a winner chicken dinner. I'd hate to see something like this, I guess, throw a wrench through their expectations towards the end of this game. I mean, they have a great spot in second place, but we've seen, you know, I guess bigger numbers fall to the wayside in tournaments like this.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think what also adds to the complexity here is it's just today, right? That's it. They only have these 5 maps to try and solidify a position with regards to that top 5, or potentially to contest for the top position on the overall leaderboard, because those are the only available invitation slots, right? Moving up into the next stage. Otherwise, they're going to have to defend and fight their way through the next month yet again, potentially trying to make it up into this exact spot. And, well, from what we've been seeing so far, it is going to be a pretty tough challenge, because the open teams, they are just bringing so much with them moving into these games.
And suddenly you got to be thinking, I mean, yeah, you could get invited to one of the tournaments with only the 16 teams playing against each other, but you could have to play through that open tournament, and that's 1,024 teams that you have to play up against. I mean, that is a crazy amount of PUBG Mobile to play on the day just to make it back in towards one of these monthly finals. I mean, this is an opportunity that you do not want to let slip through your fingers, or I mean, you're just going to have to continue to look up the summit, the rest of the mountain that you have to climb to get towards those playoffs. Like you said, I mean, that's fantastic, or wonderfully put through this one. I mean, it's only today. After this, you don't pass go. You don't collect $200. This is it.
No, in order to collect $200, you need to place, up in the top 5, right? Because that's where we know the $200 are, right? They're waiting right over there. So, yeah, there's a pretty high demand for these teams to keep that performance up, to keep the plays just continuously flowing. And ARB Champions rather, the ARB Champs, going to be looking to find a little bit of that opportunity. We've only seen them secure one other additional elimination today. So, I mean, at least now they've been able to add 100% improvement on what we've been seeing come through from them so far today.
Yeah, no lies told there whatsoever. Literally from last place, they're going to have to put together a show. And I would be thoroughly entertained to see that happen, DK. I don't know about you. So heading into these next couple zones, it's going to be on my mind. Can ARB put something together, really entertain the audience, and put on a memorable run throughout this one? It does look like Marcelo's going to find a box on the ground. He's going to loot that one up. Some corpse from the early engagements that we did see. But looking back at that map, we see Next X still alive, Paint Africa as well, just outside of the zone, rotating in, with GK also going to be there. So that trifecta is going to be a very dangerous love triangle to find yourself in DK. It wouldn't be the most loving spot to be for any three of them, but they're going to have to fight their way through each other.
Well, you gotta love it either which way, regardless of what it does to you. But I think, especially looking at Next X, the position that we had there from the Gangsters, as well as Brute Force, that is just prime real estate in a zone like this. So I think one of those three teams could potentially be in the running to get themselves secured and maybe get that winner chicken dinner under their belt. But it is going to take quite a bit of work. You can see Geekay now already starting with a bit of a push as they do find their way into the side of Next X. So maybe Geekay could be looking to instead take that position from the clutches of Next X.
And that is kind of the story of how Next X has been going today. They just haven't been able to do anything without being punished or pressured off of these positions. Vicious Esports stuck in the play zone alongside Teamer Ad as well. A couple teammates going to be outside of there, but still all four members alive. They're going to be rotating into Revenge Team just ahead of them. And here we get 721 starting to get peppered down by ARB, who are looking to have that ultimate high ground and that verticality going into the terrain that could be this end circle. ARB Champions, surprisingly enough, although the 16th place team hasn't really had the best showing over the past couple games, they're going to be rotating into a very strong position.
Yep.
They are.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a great opportunity there, but as we see now, the zone has pulled all the way up to the north. Now that is going to throw a few spanners in the works. Speaking about spanners, though, we did see Pain Africa also now creeping up over on towards that western side. So GK, they're going to have to watch their backs. In the meanwhile, we are going to be focusing down on towards the southeastern side. Vicious still going to be hanging in the wing, and I mean, they've been stepping up so phenomenally so far today, coming through with 23 eliminations prior to this match. They've definitely been earning their position here, but as we can see also, placement points not necessarily always working out in their favor, so they're definitely going to have to try and add a slight addition of placement points coming off of this match.
And this time, only 3 eliminations for them. Still stuck into towards the play zone. ARB, they rotate in, and 721 spike them back down. Oh, this is unfortunate for ARB, who, you know, hopes were in the win for them to maybe turn things around here and now on Myanmar, but 721, the 11th place team, absolutely denies all 4 members. So ARB Champions are going to get fully finished off. Revenge Team just over the horizon. They're going to be peeking in on this. 721, they lose out onto their first. They have to be careful now with that player disadvantage. Here come the nades. Jargo trades out onto 1. 721 now looking to push the issue here and able to find a knock onto Foz as well. And Abdullah now has to be careful for the rest of Revenge Team on what they want to do next here, DK.
Oh, but again, right, all these angles, the ridge lines being fully utilized by both teams. Now it's going to be quite reliant on Revenge to see if they can play the advantage, play that high ground against the side of 721. But CXX definitely going to try their utmost, but taking quite a bit of damage out in the blue as the pushes continue to flow. 721 are trying to dip out of dodge, but the zone is not going to have any of that. You can see their last hope now, trying to make that last-ditch effort. Brute Force gonna help them along, and that is it. Freepod secures the elimination. Down they go. 721 getting taken down in 9th place. 141 yet to make that push as well. And again, Brute Force, phenomenal setup, just trying to dominate that eastern side of zone.
And they're able to pivot from side to side of that mountain and kind of keep players away from them. This is going to be the contention that I was waiting for. Pain Africa having to move outside of the zone into Next X, and just beside them, Black Cobra Esports. So you're looking at these three teams. Next Esports, they need it more than the others, but they haven't really been able to lock it down in the past. Pain Africa have a chance again. One of these open teams can deny one of these invited teams once more. You do see that actually Porty is able to find an elimination down with the Black Cobra Esports, so with all this happening, Next X Esports might have an opportunity to third-party these two teams.
Well, let's see if they can pick it up, though. I mean, our invited team's going to have to defend quite heavily here. Now it's going to be Pain Africa just absolutely psyched up on all the adrenaline from that beautiful winner chicken. Then and out, just strafing on forward, fighting the plays. Next Tupelo on that health bar. But could there still be a potential clutch coming through here for Next X instead? Well, they find the play as Yash gets dropped on down. Venom, they're going to be riding it out, cooking up the nade. Off it goes, not reaching the point they would have hoped for. But Next X, they could still pick it up. They could still bounce back from this play. Amosh up on the hill. Pain Africa holding up that momentum. And there we have it. It is going to be D24 drop down. Next X now starting to have quite the hit being dealt into their numbers.
Yeah, you saw 141 were pressured off from the play zone. Cobra is now third-partying Pain. Next, Dexter is going to be able to get the full finish onto that one. And Gangsters Esports now walking in on that action. So a fourth party going to be in here. Next, Pain, Cobra, as well as Gangsters Esports. Pain now getting walked on. Next X looking to restabilize here as they don't have the full high ground, but they're able to safely hold these three members still alive.
Well, the pressure not going to relent just yet. Now it's going to be Next X now just trying to dip out of here to get themselves positioned back into a little bit of that safety. Ooh. But again, now comes that slight bit of vulnerability. Venom also now out on the edge, but Next X not going to be stopping just yet. Instead, pushing us far over on towards that eastern side. Venom trying to play a last attempt, and down they go as the blue zone gets the better hand. Now, Brute Force being presented with a golden opportunity here. 3 potential eliminations just await them. But will they be able to lay it into Next X? Because Next X, man, they've been working so hard here, CMOS. But, I mean, where are they going to go, though?
Nowhere. You got nowhere to go. Brute Force are just maintaining this strong spot inside the end circle, just like they've been doing it all game long. Everybody cannot touch this position from them as they are brutally raining down these bullets onto these Next X players. However, one player from Brute Force actually does get knocked to his knees. It is going to be Neds, who is on the brink of maybe being eliminated from this one, and they've lost Prepod too, so all is well. That doesn't end well so far for Brute Force. Only 2 members still alive. They gotta be careful. Things are definitely took a turn for the worse as it looks like they want to take the fight over towards Next X. Nice nade gonna be cooked here for 4YDO. It's not gonna find, no, it does find the knockout to Dexter. So chance here for the rest of Next X to fall. Brute Force, they know exactly what they need to do. 5 teams left.
Well, 8-0 so far. Backing quite a bit of a punch. Fall now going to be trying to, well, not fall right here. And, I mean, they've also been battling so exceptionally hard. Next X rotating from one position to the next and just not finding that sweet spot. But 8-0 are going to be looking to lock it in. Instead, well, they will be disengaging, prioritizing that zone positioning. And I mean, Brute Force, they still have 3 players up, as you pointed out. And look at the terrain. They've got the reach, they've got the angles. All they need to do is utilize it, and that could, of course, seal the fate for XX, and that is exactly what comes to fruition.
Another team going to be knocked down. Only 4 remaining. We have Gangsters Esports, Vicious Esports, Brute Force, and Revenge Team. Vicious Esports, though, losing members, and Brute Force might actually be in the best spot to win it all with 3 members alive. Gangsters Esports, they have 3 members as well, but Vicious just below them with 1, and Revenge with 2.
But Brute Force, I mean, they've got zone position, they've got the angles. All they gotta do is just maintain that focus as they do find the plays up onto Revenge. 6 eliminations secured to the side here of the Broody Fruities. Now, Gangsters gonna be looking to make their own run. As you can see, Mind quickly tapping in a bit of a tappity tap there. But not quite sure how the Gangsters are going to be able to claw their way back up this mountain. I mean, Vicious also still having to make that push for zone. But you can see Belushi not having easy access into this next phase.
And with 1 player, though, Vicious have got themselves a top 3 finish. Gangsters Esports and Brute Force, if not careful, they could give him a little bit more, but it's not expected right now from Vicious. What he has got is exactly what they would have hoped for. Right now for the team, but you do see that Brute Force, they are scattered individually, and that might be the bane of this final circle. You see Gangsters Esports starting to climb this mountain, Vicious alongside him. All the attention on Gangsters Esports right now. With these 4 members last alive, Gangsters Esports, they take down one of the Brute Force members. That leaves them down to 2, DK.
Oh, and this is now a potential turning point coming through for Gangsters, but a quick trade coming on to Malik as Neos locks it down. Kevin right there to bring in the assistance, but you still got to watch out for Jafar. We've seen Jafar come through with nades, come through with those long-range hits, and absolutely devastating in doing so. But let's see, will they be able to find that play? Now, Walsh does bring the team back up to 4. Neo's trying to play a little bit of that reach. Jafar gonna risk it for the biscuit as they come pushing on forward. Malik goes down, and this could be quite the play. But Brute Force still hold on to the zone. This is now going to be solely relying on whether or not Neos can actually defend this offside here. Oh!
I think Jafar is the right call to make, but it doesn't pan out your way. 2 versus 3, and now you look at Walsh and Malik are very, very weak. Jafar's getting fully eliminated. That brings this in towards a 3 versus 2. However, Kevin gets knocked by fall damage, and if Brute Force recognize this, you look, that Mind is making the play. He's got an angle.
Oh, come on. This could be the nade to close up this match. Mind looks to cook it up, sends it out, does find Kevin. But Kevin already super low on the HP. Now it's going to be up to Malik. Oh, quick trade. Very aggressive angles being held. And there we have it. The winner chicken dinner goes to one of our invited teams. It only took 4 matches, but it eventually happened. The Broody Fruities will reign supreme, walking away victorious, and this could potentially allow for a bit of an upset with regards to our leaderboard.
What did I say going into game number 4? You know, you asked me who had a chance at winning this one. I gave you a couple open teams, but I said that one invited team that you got to look at has to be Brute Force, sitting in 6th place going into Myanmar. 23 points behind their name, 10 points away from that 2nd place on this leaderboard. And what happens? The stars align for them, DK. Falcons White, they get eliminated right away. And Brute Force, they managed to walk away with a winner chicken dinner. And not only that, they were so dominant through Myanmar, they might have very well just packed themselves a 2nd place standing right now on that leaderboard at the end of Myanmar. Going into Erangel in that 5th map, or last map of the day, Brute Force just put themselves in the best position they could have asked for.
I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better point in today for this to start to happen. Brute Force just packing all the heat that they could find, and well, they packed an immense amount of heat into this game. But I think the good turning point here for Brute Force was especially looking at their position with regards to those later few stages, just hugging the elevation, playing quite a bit of leverage down onto the rest of the teams, and well, just being quite a formidable force to defend that angle.
And nobody was able to take them down at all, TK. It was surprising enough for Brute Force, who, in the past, we saw Miramar last time. Brute Force tried to do the exact same thing to Next-X. Next-X didn't allow them to climb that mountain. This time, it's kind of like a little taste of your own medicine for map number 4. And nobody was able to touch them throughout that whole map. You saw a couple players fell, a couple players were knocked, but Brute Force did a good job at reviving their teammates, holding that position strong, and keeping everybody at the bottom of this mountain. And in the end, I mean, we all know how that goes, DK. High ground is kind of the end-all be-all when it comes down to these BRs. Nobody's going to have an advantage to that high ground unless they're going to be matching them with high ground of their own. So it's kind of what you expect when Brute Force is playing like that. A winner-winner chicken dinner in Game 4 should give them a second place standing in this leaderboard, but only time will tell when we get to take a look at it ourselves.
But also going to say a very commendable performance coming through from the side of the Gangsters. I mean, they also just tried to play quite a bit of an upset, being an absolute nuisance here. And I think this is one of the few instances where we actually had invited teams securing first and potential second place in a game. So well done, though. It was about time, right? And what better map to do it on than map number 4, just before we get to the end of the day. So they do restore faith in their immense capability, showcasing all their talents out on the battlefield here. And, I mean, the Broody Fruities, right? Well, I said this over on Sanok, but at least it came through on Miramar. They had a very fruitful run, so very happy to see that.
Bountiful with a big win, kills to go alongside it, the placement points, all you can ask for, DK. It doesn't get better than that for Brute Force. Gangsters Esports, I'm glad you're giving them some love too, because sitting in 8th place for themselves, I mean, we're thinking about those placements into playoffs, even if you can't get that first place spot. Placements in the playoffs is going to be your top, 2 to 6 teams. So with a game like that for Gangsters Esports, that should push them even farther up. I'm sure they're going to overlap with Pain Africa. They're probably going to overlap 1-4-1. Even Team Ra'ad, who had a pretty poor performance back on Miramar there in game number 4. The only team out of the top 3 that had another repeat success was Vicious Esports, getting a 3rd place finish between them. They're going to get some placement points there, and they're already 3rd place standing on that leaderboard. Might be knocked down a peg, DK, but you can expect them to still be in that contention for top 6.
Oh, I don't think they are going to relent whatsoever. I think that they are still going to be fighting for that spot, moving all the way into our very, very last match of the day. But so far, I mean, we've been looking at pretty exciting gameplay coming through from all our respective teams. I mean, even the side of the ARB Champions, right? They tried to contest. They tried to step up. They got themselves at least at 1 point from what we could see there. So I'm curious as to what the final result will be and how these teams continue to apply themselves. Because, I mean, it seems like whatever the zone is throwing at them, whatever the map is throwing at them, whatever the opposing teams are throwing at them, they continuously look to find a way to best adapt and find that extra little bit of success, however slim it could potentially seem to be.
No, I like that too, because there's a lot of times where you're watching tournaments like this and you see that 16th place team just kind of going over and repeating their same mistakes over and over again, just kind of bashing their head into a brick wall that's never going to break. And there we at least see ARB Champions. They're trying to change things up and maybe shake up their game style. It might not work out, but I'm happy to see that they're trying. For sure. It's definitely going to hopefully breed some better competition going back onto Erangel. I mean, you said when we were on Erangel last time or when we finished it, this is what most teams are going to be well practiced on. This is what most players are going to be the most knowledgeable of. Erangel is going to be home to a lot of these teams, and I can expect going into this last map nothing but competition out of all 16 of them.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at what we had on the leaderboard prior to this match, I mean, there's still quite a big chance for a team like ARB Champions to step up if they clutch that winner chicken dinner and do so with a very healthy dose of eliminations to accompany that. They could still make a play to get themselves secured up into the top 5. I mean, that's not outside the realm of possibility, but it is going to take an immense level of focus and determination, especially trying to pull off a move like that in the very last match of the day.
It's not going to be easy whatsoever, for sure, DK. I mean, like, it's going to be probably a crazy turnaround for a team like ARB Champions to find themselves into the top 8, even top 6. Would be a little bit of I'd say it's a little bit out of the realm in my own ideas because of how consistent Vicious, Falcons, and Black Cobra have been when it comes down to, you know, the past maps. Maybe Falcons White, they got eliminated quite early back on Miramar, but heading into Erangel, I feel like they're a team that you can expect to right their wrongs going into the last map of the day. But for performances out of Gangsters Esports like that, Brute Force, Pain Africa, Vicious, and Black Cobra Esports over the past 2-3 games have been very consistent. It's not going to be easy for ARB Champions to climb into that top 6 with how, you know, back-to-back with these performances have been for a lot of these teams.
I mean, it's going to prove to be quite challenging, but I think, you know, the teams are not necessarily going to be looking to shy away from a bit of a challenge. And as we've seen, right, they've had ample opportunity to play their way through the first Erangel, both Miramars, and of course, the lovely hot and sweaty action that we had coming through on the map of Sanhok. But again, we are going to be looking for that turning point, looking to see if the teams can bounce back and maybe still contest for that top 5, top 6 slot, because as we know, right, teams will ideally look for an opportunity to not play through all those other matches. Again, as you said, 1,024 teams, that is an immense number of teams to try and go up against. And, you know, it's definitely not going to be an easy run. And if you make one single mistake, you could get so severely punished for that.
One mistake could be the fall of an empire, DK. It's been the tale throughout history for you know, however long you can think back to it. But through this, I mean, 4 games and how consistent a lot of these teams have been, it's impressive for sure to see this their playstyle still continue to reign true. I mean, we've had a lot of PUBG action so far through Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Have you had any favorites for yourself throughout these 4 maps that we have seen?
Ooh, very good question. I gotta say, I won't necessarily say that I've got favorites, but I've got a few teams that are really exciting me with the performances that they've been bringing out so far. I mean, definitely gotta say, the players there from Black Cobra, they have been looking pretty good so far. Just mounting such an aggressive approach, taking swing at anything that moves around them. I like that play. You know, I'm quite keen for aggression, especially on a map like PUBG, a game like PUBG rather. Vicious, they've also been holding very true to their name, also very aggressive. But aside from the aggression, we've actually been seeing some interesting and really good rotations coming through from the teams, really utilizing the zone, utilizing the space, getting themselves in very formidable angles. And I mean, a beautiful result of that is match 1, 2, and 3, right? Open teams took the victory.
Yeah, no, I mean, open teams have been playing out of their mind today, for sure, with 3 winner chicken dinners. The invited teams, I mean, Brute Force, they finally give you one inside of game number 4, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, those teams, I mean, the aggression is what I'm looking for sure at a lot of them, but when I come down to favorites for myself, it's less so favorites in teams, but I say it's like a head-to-head that we have going on between Brute Force and Next X. It's one or the other. It's not both. It's one, the other, or none of them right now, DK, between Next X and Brute Force. It's definitely a head-to-head that going into this last match, I mean, either Next X Esports are going to have a performance that puts them in towards that top 6, or they're going to lose out on yet another heartbreaking finish, because I feel like they've been so keen on being aggressive and contending against Brute Force, trying to match up against their play style, but they always have been falling short to something, whether it's a third party, whether it's the head-on collision that they're taking, or a team just poking away at them slowly throughout the games. In X Esports, I mean, this head-to-head versus brute force has to be seized inside Game 5, or they might be looking to try again next month.
But you got to commend the efforts though coming through from the side of Next X, because we've seen them actually land in quite a few contentious plays, but they don't disengage, right? They don't run away. They stay and they try and keep the fight. They're trying to hold their ground. They're trying to put up that defense, right? They're trying to go like, you know what? We want this. We got to try and get those eliminations with varying levels of success coming through to that. But still a very commendable approach coming through from them. And I mean, I just hope that they do find the success that they are looking for.
Yeah, it's the pride behind this team. It's just, it's hard to not root for them at times. Just how confident they are at taking these engagements, that they're going to be on top of them as well. I mean, you can't, I guess, take away from them that they did get second place in the Invitational going into this tournament. I mean, they were, they had 38 total points too at the end of it. So they had a fantastic showcase back at the start of this month when it came down to that Invitational. But here, they just haven't been able to put it together. And I feel like it's just because they're, I don't want to call it arrogance, but their stubbornness to a lot of these gunfights, that they just feel like they are going to be the team that walks away unscathed, just hasn't been working in their favor. So there's a lot of teams that we can highlight going into this 5th game for sure. I don't want to take away from the open teams whatsoever that we're putting such a highlight on the invited teams, because again, like you said, 3 open teams have found winner chicken dinners out of the 4 maps that we have seen. I'm a little bit, I guess, upset to see Vampires doing so poorly. I think I had a lot of expectations for them going into today, but just alongside ARB Champions, if it's not going to be a miraculous comeback from them, I don't expect to see them making it into the playoffs here inside of this monthly final.
I have to agree with you on that. I mean, again, we were talking about consistency, looking to see, you know, which team will be able to play the most consistent match. And I mean, it's tough, right? It is super, super tough, but that is why we call it the competitive scene, right? These teams will have to just grind their way on through. And if it doesn't happen to be the case for the Vampires potentially moving into this last match, yeah, maybe it helps identify a little bit of the opportunity as to something that they could maybe put a little bit focus on, right? Be it with regards to finding that placement. I mean, they were at least able to secure themselves quite a few eliminations here today. So it's just finding a way to navigate all the hurdles that the map does throw at one. But in the meanwhile, speaking about hurdles, we got one big one still to jump over. And that, of course, is going to be the final match right here.
Yeah, Wrangle, big hurdle indeed. I mean, just look at how massive this map is. Last time, the flight path left nothing to really expect from that north side. It's quite similar this time. I feel like the angle that we're flying on gives some chances for teams to extend over towards shooting range. Maybe grab a car, go over to Stalbert if they do feel that way. But other than that, I can expect yet another heavy focus down over towards Farm or Quarry or even towards Prison and the military base. So we're going to have to see. It's a lot of teams jumping out fast, though, and right off the bat. I feel like we are getting a little bit of a stretch between Team Rad and Gangsters Esports heading up over towards Zarki, towards the top left of that map. It's going to be some incredible drops that we're seeing from these teams as it spreads out less and less towards the bottom of that flight path.
It looks almost like a bag of Skittles got spilled, and it's slowly just
really
rolling
does.
out like in slow motion almost, right? It is so fun to look at, and I always enjoy these flight paths. But I think the exciting part, or the interesting part rather, is going to be more specifically as to where that zone, that first initial zone, is going to be taking us. Because, I mean, we've seen it in so many different places, and I just hope for the team's sake at least that the zone is going to be a little bit more kind, right? Sometimes, well, I lie. Most of the times, if not always, I want the teams to be challenged with a bit of a challenging zone, right? A few upsets, a few spanners being thrown in the works. But this is one of the few matches where I actually want to see a little bit more of a favorable zone, at least for the teams, because that is going to allow for a lot of the more strategic plays to come through, right? They're not going to have to worry about, oh, am I in zone, or how far do I need to rotate? Instead, they can focus on playing the stats, playing the strats, and playing an absolute smasher of a game.
You mean a more centralized zone that we might be looking for?
Could be. Could be.
We haven't seen a north side finish, I don't think, just yet. I feel like all of our circles have been pulling towards the southern side of our maps throughout these four. Sanhok was a little bit more chaotic. I mean, it's hard to really justify central, north, south between that because of how small it is, but for Miramar and Erangel, from what we've seen so far, it's been southern finishes. So I personally wouldn't mind seeing that circle pull more towards the top side, as we're already hopping in on some action. We got Gangsters Dragons, who are one of the first teams to fall back on Miramar in map number 4, versus ARB Champions, looking for a heroic finish to today's tournament.
Yeah, well, and speaking about not necessarily looking to see a southern zone, and I think it might be safe to assume that because we are right here on the military island on the lovely Sosnovka. But as we can see, the teams are 500 odd meters away. So let's hope that the zone is towards their north and not over towards the east or the west. So far, I think that is potentially what we have cooking right here. But speaking about cooking, though, ARB and the players coming through from Gangsters Dragon, great opportunity to have another go at a few additional potential eliminations.
Yeah, much needed eliminations for ARB Champions, but Gangsters Dragons are doing a good job at evading this from what we've seen so far. Just judging by ARB Champions with 0 eliminations, Gangsters Dragons haven't really given them anything to work with when it is down to these fights. So still looting up, still being aware that ARB Champions are somewhere in the realm of this vicinity, and feel like just some respect at the start that you don't want to take these early engagements and be vulnerable to losing these members. And I say that Ricard goes down. It's Venom sitting all the way up top in the crane, firing away with this LMG.
Yeah, see, I would have loved to see Venom in Cobra Black, or Black Cobra, right? I think that would have been just a nice little, yeah, you know, it would just be so like mwah, like it just works. Either which way, good work coming through here from Venom with a little bit of that DP28 spray down. Well, unfortunately, not necessarily having the opportune angle to get even more of a follow through. Ooh, but instead, it is going to be Must playing the off angle, securing that hit. Yeah, good plays though going through here from Gangsters Dragons. But will they be able to get the full entire squad?
At this rate, I would expect it. ARB Champions just haven't been able to find their way out of any situation. You see, Ricard was revived, so he's still alive, but barely. With this just being early on, Venom should have a chance to put this one in the grave. And yeah, another knock there onto Ricard, with Must on the crossfire and the rest of Gangsters Dragons walking up with this one. You can expect to see ARB Champions leaving this server fairly quickly.
Well, that is if Gangsters Dragon have their way with them, and with the confirmation onto Ricard, it does put Shelby and Smoke on quite a bit of a back foot, but we do see them up in the C buildings. But now, Gangsters, I mean, they've been looking pretty aggressive, right? It's like they found new life being breathed into them, and I don't really see too much of a defensive play coming through from Smoke and Shelby, not based on based on the current positions that they are holding right here. But Must definitely got to be looking to do a little bit of that due diligence. Venom, phenomenal angle, but not yet able to find it right into the side there off there. Meanwhile, as we look a little bit further elsewhere, right, jumping now towards that more western edge of the zone, just on the outskirts here of the lovely Georgia Pool, it is going to be the players from Ra'ad looking to enjoy the scenery and go on a little bit of a roll. But, ooh, 7-2-1 just up ahead of them. And, well, it might be a little bit short-lived.
It might be. 721 Uh-oh. You see Team Raw, they're just going to jump out of this car. And yeah, that is not what you want to see if you're a 721 fan. Nades up top. It's the Molly. And that's going to be the knock. CXS or CXX is going to be fully finished off. That's the first elimination for Team Rahad, who ultimately, I would say, other than their second place finish back in game number 1, we head back to Arango, so maybe a repeat from themselves, but they've been fairly quiet after that, and maybe a misplay as well as they look to exit this vicinity. Rhino is going to get fully knocked, and 721 equalized with a 3-on-3.
I mean, this was a golden opportunity for 721 just to get that knock in and use the available opportunity maybe to try and bring in a bit of a disengage, but instead it seems like they want to rely on the aggression. Oof. But with Jargo down, this is not going to look
hit by the
all
car.
too good. A very cheeky play coming through there from Rami as they ram into the side of Ra'ad. Again, going to come through with the fence, but fortunately the seats, not going to be as bulletproof as they would have hoped. But again, 721, I love the step up.
Oh, it's not classy, but it gets the job done for sure. Zooks, he's still down 2 versus 2, or at least a 1 versus 2. It's a big knock there from Vanix. He's going to give, again, a little bit of a tough time. A full knock onto, again, should be the rest of Team Raw done and dusted after overwhelming SCXX back in that building. They get some hot revenge dished back at them. Oh, incredible stuff, DK, from 721. What a fun team to watch.
I mean, that was beautiful. Beautiful defense. I mean, one would expect with a team like Ra'ad rushing forward onto them, their fate would be sealed, but, well, they looked to contest, and they succeeded 100%, so big congratulations going to them. In the meanwhile, we are going to be moving just a slight little smidge up to the northeast, over onto Everest here. As you can see, Vicious now just enjoying the mountain and all the luscious views it does provide, but the zone has centered over on towards Gatka and a potential play up in towards Chopsticks. And, well, Cobra and 141 are going to be finding each other rather down on towards that inter side of zone.
Yeah, what is Next X doing, though? You look at, they're all the way rotating in from that north side. The only team that's going to be that far away. You see Vampires now moving in towards that circle. 721, who just walked away with that with minimal damage, I would say, just towards Georgia Pool. And alongside that, Falcons White going to be rotating in from the east. So people trying to find their way back in towards the zone. Kills now between 141 and Cobra. Traded out with those nades. Nothing too secure just yet as Vampires walking in. Pain Africa takes down YZN. Let's hop in with 141, though, and see how they're matching up against Cobra, because they're already down Yanaza.
Oh, but the contention is going to be here, right? This is the opportunity for 141 to try and play a little bit of an upset. Black Cobra, they've been mounting rather such an aggressive showing in our first few matches here today, but a good nade is going to be finding its way in. Oh, the dirty DBS comes right on through. Now, essentially, for the side of the players here from 141, it is down to Sirius, and I'm not quite sure whether or not Sirius is going to be able to survive the onslaught. As you can see, Adam trying to cover the initial front. Oh, cheeky trade! Hawari and K7, oof, now going to be feeling a big sting come in, and this is quite the response from 141. But Black Cobra are not going to be letting it go just yet, as they do secure the finishing blow, and that is devastation dealt onto the side of 141.
Yeah, but not without a price, you'd say, for Black Cobra Esports. 141 definitely put up quite the test there, as Geekay Esports now going to be moving in. It does seem like the call was out for Black Cobra Esports to just run away, turn tail, and stay alive for placements, because that matchup versus 141 DK was anything but clean. So I like that call from them to just try to stay alive. Vampires versus Pain Africa is still going to ensue. Hazard now going to walk up onto Porty. Full elimination onto that player. Playing Africa now down 2 players, but still somehow managing to stay alive in this one. Now just down to Yashi, who is hopped into a car, and he is also running away, DK.
I mean, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Gonna try and play for that survivability. But Pain Africa experiencing a little bit of what their name suggests. And, you know, it's gonna happen at some point. But really good plays up into the lovely, lovely Pachinki. Meanwhile, Geekay, as we can see, relatively close towards that center zone. As they now are enjoying a few of the spoils. They've also now essentially moved up and they cleared out this entire edge here. As you can see, the next zone going to be shifting up. It is going to be the players there from Vicious hold up on towards that northwestern side. And now we could potentially see a bit of a gatekeep coming in on towards the Gangsters as well as the potential 721.
Yeah, you have to be thinking that battle between that rotation through farmlands and Pochinki going to be so important with the elevation that's provided behind it. I mean, you look at Gatka and how much natural cover you are going to have between those trenches. Not a whole lot in comparison to that mountain that is Pochinki and just outside of Gatka towards farmlands. So this fight for GK, Falcons White, along with Gangsters Dragons, is going to be a very, very important one for this endgame circle.
Well, earlier you were talking about pivoting, and I think this is also now what Next X are going to be looking to try and attempt here. But, oh, the vampires. Well, they come out with their fangs out, as you can see. Hazard now just quickly trying to retreat back up on the staircase, but instead the vehicle explosion does stop Hazard in their tracks. Ninja still in a position where they could maybe try and secure some kind of a play, but Next X are going to be Xing them out, and off they go. The vampires getting shifted away in 12th place.
Yeah, stake through the heart. That's all it takes for Next X. And that's going to be some key positioning for this team now heading in towards Gatka, as they are going right into the belly of the beast alongside Revenge Team. So they're going to be able to take up shop there towards the warehouse. GK on screen, rotating back over towards that elevation that we were talking about. But it seems like they've left the elevation. They've given it up, and they're just hopping into the Gatka trenches now. See if they can set up shop for their own right and, you know, avoid this elevation from the outskirts. So as teams start to funnel in, there's not going to be a lot of room outside of the hay and the brush just to kind of sit and wait. You see that Gangsters Esports and Gangsters Dragon, I mean, it's got to be their Wrangle special. They're running into each other yet again.
We'll call it some healthy competition, right? Because, I mean, you know, that's just what we see happening right here. Now, still, GK up in the bowl, not necessarily the worst position to be in, right? I mean, it is going to be quite challenging when we see teams rotating up from that southern side. They don't necessarily have strong defenses with regards to that. But looking at the current opposition they are holding here, they do have Revenge, and of course the players there from Brute Force just up ahead. So they could be packing quite a bit of an impactful angle on that.
I'm not too worried about GK in this positioning now. I mean, this is good survivability, I'd say, for placement. My only worry for GK, DK would be when they have to leave this spot, because fighting out of it, I think, is going to be the harder part for that. But we do see an update on the circle for sure. The outside looking in is going to be Gangsters, Dragons, Falcons, White, Next X, and at the top, a couple more teams. I think Vicious Esports were one of them, and Brute Force 2 still alive. So they're going to have to force their way into this circle, and still Gangster teams going at it. Looks like it's actually Gangsters Dragons who are losing this battle between the two of them.
Ooh, well, I mean, maybe if it was Gangsters Phoenix or something, they could just rise from the ashes and bounce back, right? But, well, that's not the case here. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Next X now, not going to be looking to get too overconfident, still essentially in the exact same compound where we left them. But now Vicious and GK going to be getting into a little bit of an altercation. I do assume that Vicious actually tried to rush forward onto the GK front, and well, so far GK keeping up the aggression as they do fend off quite a bit of an approach. And I think it is safe to say that Vicious might have been just washed back into the lobby. Ooh, look at this.
Has a chance. For sure. Nades on the Brute Force. Oh, Neds almost goes down. They're going to have to back up. stabilize somewhere. They're going to find a building to take set up shop. Next X as well, looking to move in on this one. We got 8 teams left, DK. 27 total players remaining. Lots of kills to be looking at if you're a team needing eliminations and placement to move up this leaderboard. But for that, I like this at a Next X Esports that they're pretty dynamic around the map. They're not just waiting and sitting and waiting for the circle to update. It seems like they have an idea of where they want to rotate to already.
Yeah, and of course, just got to be riding a little bit of that blue wave, right? Just trying to quite gracefully rotate up alongside it. Maybe trying to pick up a few of the teams that could be looking to just get themselves out of the blue. But in the meanwhile, maybe trying to find a bit of an edge here, just on the outskirts of the Pachinki Fields.
One way to
Again,
park.
not the easiest position to play off of, yes. And in the meanwhile, oh, the rest of Next X, they're going to be pushing up into Revenge, but now Waff getting in with a beautiful nade, just deployed, and down they go.
No.
The follow-up is there. Abdullah locks it in.
They want it, but not so easy just to walk in on these buildings. Revenge team. They're going to pack some punch behind these guns. The nice turn on there from Foz. Ahmed up top, looking to stay alive, but dropped. Abdullah is going to go down too. Next X, they do take control of these buildings. Only losing out onto Knopf, it looks like.
I mean, beautiful play coming through here from Next X, and I mean, you were just praising them, and then they step up with a glorious performance. But of course, well, they are not out of the woods just yet. They still have 6 other teams to contest against, and one of those teams, as we can see, coming through from that southern side, is going to be none other than the Falcons. We've got Geekay a little bit further over on towards the west, as well as Brute Force. So now this seems to be a lobby, well, a stage in the game where we have so many of our invited teams still holding their footing here.
Yeah, Falcons White looking for their first victory today. GK looking for their first victory. Gangsters Esports looking for their first victory. Next X looking for their first victory. Brute Force looking to go back-to-back, as well as Black Cobra Esports looking to find their second chicken dinner on the day. And Falcons White looking in over towards Gangsters Esports. Some nice shots from Teak. Gets a knock onto one, maybe giving some space for Black Cobra Esports to work their way in towards the circle.
Speaking about circles, though, Next X also going to be looking to dip their toes into it, as they are going to be pushing through from that northeastern side, but it's not going to be an easy spot to try and jump into. As you can already see the players here from Brute Force now moving into a very similar setup to what we saw GK just a few moments earlier. But again, the contention is there, right? Chopsticks now fully getting played out, as we got GK on the one end, Brute Force on the other. Yes?
721 are still alive, DK. That has gone completely unnoticed from myself. But it does only seem like one player, but, you know, for now, that one player seems to be enough for the top 6 placement now that Black Cobra Esports have been taken care of. But no, it's going to be not just 2, but 3 players of 721 walking in right to Next X Esports. Some nice shots on the Rami. Going to take him down. GK going to look up, take down Gangsters Esports. Kevin going to get knocked and almost fully limbed, it seems like. 721 just on the horizon of getting denied. And yeah, Dexter is going to take down another player within this team.
Oh, unfortunate play there for 721. They tried their best, but they couldn't make it up into the top 5. And now, well, they're still here. Never mind me. They still have 2 players up. Ooh, the hit is in. That is Vanix now getting dropped to their knees. Will they be able to rise up? I mean, such a surprising play coming through here from the side of 721. I mean, they've just been able to survive against so many odds thrown against them. Up comes D24, looking for a bit of an angle, looking for that bit of safety. As you can see, Jargo now going to be looking to bring Vanix back on their feet. They do succeed. The health is there. The HP is up. And now, Nade. Ooh, it's going to be getting very, very close. Next X still going to be trying to cover as many of the angles. But again, the follow-through is there.
Yeah, it is. It's Val and Teak going to find Brute Force still. I think this is a Falcons White game. DK, everything just seems to be lining up for them. 721 are going to be eliminated. 4 teams remaining. It's GK looking for their first. Next X looking for their first. Brute Force looking to go back to back, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be there for them. 3 teams remaining as Falcons White are going to be in the spot to try to get their first victory to put them up into first place.
And it is a return of the invited as they find now themselves in a position to claim that winner chicken dinner. There's going to be GK on a 3-piece. 3 coming through here for next X, going up against the full force from the Falcon squad. And I have to agree with you, this could potentially be a Falcons White winner chicken dinner in the brewing. But it's going to take a lot of focus from all 3 teams to ensure that play. But looking at the Falcons now, they have that zone possession. Next X still going to have to try and wrap their way on in.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the case. I feel like if GK or Next X want this win, they're going to have to work together here. And they're going to have to really anticipate that Falcons Esports are in the prime position to win out on this map. And if not, this is what I was talking about. GK, I mean, they are in a spot that's good for surviving, but when push comes to shove, they got to leave this spot. And this is where the hard part happens. They're going to need these smokes to be perfect to leave this bunker.
And it's going to be a tough one. A great opportunity, though, for the Falcons as they are in a great setup here. They can just sit back, relax, and let it loose as GK now comes through with the plunge, taking that rotation, trying to get themselves secured. Oh, cheeky play onto Puncher. Will they get it? No, they get dropped on down. Moth with a beautiful showcase. And, of course, they get quick top-down look. Falcons still having the numbers they need. But will they be able to close it up as GK just are so dang relentless?
Ragnar's still alive in the smokes, too. Marth somehow still living, too, against Puncher. Next X, suddenly things have turned. Next X now has a chance to put this one away as they're rotating over towards the right of Falcons White. 3 teams still alive. Marth just going to lay prone in this bunker alongside Falcons White, coexisting. Ragnar's going to get cleaned up finally by Falcons White, but it's a 3 versus 3 versus 1. Marth just barely keeping GK in this.
And this is the opportunity now for Next X to try and steal the chicken away. I mean, Falcons now quite distracted, trying to see if they can find Moth out in the open. Oh, but there we go. And now Next X. This is their chance, but the zone has shifted in their favor as well. So the Falcons will have to get their butts out of the trenches. They will have to push straight over towards Next X, and who knows, this could be that opportunity. Falcons, though, are sitting with 9 eliminations to their name.
If they can isolate Dexter, that's going to be a big moment. I mean, Next X, yes, they have the circle, but individually they are quite spread out. So Falcons White, they have Puncher back in. They have the numbers advantage. And if they can isolate this player onto the right, that's going to put Next X in a really bad spot, DK.
Well, here we go. The play is in. It's going to be Puncher, Teak, Axa, and P6 now just trying to ride it out. We've got D24. Still quite some distance away, but that could be exactly the kind of off-angle approach that Next X need to bring in here. But instead, D24 is going to be pushing up with the vehicle. Ooh, will they get it? No, they just managed to jump over a drop shot. Gets it in, and that is Axa out of here. What a play, though. Falcons not out of the woods, as they still need to push. The blue zone is going to start tickling at their heels, and P6 now experiencing a little bit of difficulty along the way as well.
D24 still alive, going to be able to heal back up. Now Falcons down to 2. Next X have managed to turn things around to the full down onto Axer for D24. Foul looking for a separate position. This could be Next X finding their first win of the day. All they need to do is take down Teak. That's the last player standing.
And here we go. P6 just managing to bring in that res, just bringing that health bar up into contention, but the vehicle finish for Next X to take it to lock in the final available winner. Chicken dinner goes their way, and they finish off on an absolutely phenomenal game, locking in a very amazing 14 eliminations to their name alongside this chicken.
That's a lot of points that Next X Esports desperately needed to try to make a last chance resurgence back into the top 6 to qualify for playoffs. And here we see them with a fantastic rotation, good judgment onto where that circle was going to go to last as well. I mean, Falcons White, they had a position there where they could put it away if they opted to jump out of the trenches and read that circle as well, but they don't contest it. They allow Next Esports to get into that spot, and suddenly you started to see that judgment call really turn things into Next X's favor, even with Falcons White having the numbers advantage. But hats off to the 4 qualified teams, or the 4 invited teams that we did see make it in towards that last circle. The first time, DK, we've seen an all-invited team final circle today, and it comes down to the last map that we have, Wrangle, yet again being a class act finish to today's games. And Falcons White, another win evades them, but not without taking a lot down with them. I mean, I think they had 9, maybe 10 eliminations towards the end of that on top of a second place finish. That's going to give them a strong finish towards this tournament.
Oh yes, it's got to give them quite the finish indeed. But I gotta say though, I mean, today absolutely jam-packed. I mean, mad respect going out to the open teams. They just brought such an upset out onto this battlefield, and I'm not quite sure whether or not you know, the invited teams were actually ready for this, because from what we saw, it took them about 3 matches to build up that basing, to figure out how exactly to go up against them. And well, it resulted in a little bit of magic coming in on match number 4 and 5, as we did see the invited teams also managing to at least secure themselves a few winner chicken dinners. But open teams, I mean, what is there to say about them? They just played such a phenomenal bit of PUBG mobile action here today.
This is what you got to expect from the first monthly final that we have, DK. This is going to be the 16 best teams that we have going up against each other to start off this tournament. And, you know, 6 can qualify for, or 5 can, sorry, 4 can qualify for playoffs, 1 can qualify for grand finals, but at the turn, like, all 16 players, they deserve to be here, or all 16 teams, they deserve to be here. And I can imagine that even if they don't make it in towards the playoffs just yet, if they don't get that grand final spot, this isn't going to be the last that we see out of a lot of these teams. The open teams have impressed me. The invited teams, some impressed me. Some, honestly, I was a little bit devastated to see their performance today. It was kind of like, it was a poor performance from a couple teams, I will say, today for the action. But alongside that, we had upsets. We had some consistent winners. We had some consistent placements for a lot of these teams. And that has led to a very fun day of casting here on PUBG Mobile. A lot of times we'll go in towards these casts, TK, and, you know, there will be one team by the time that the second, maybe third map is finished. They are leads ahead of everybody else. But right now, through all 5 maps, it was competitive through the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it was nail-biting, right? Because, I mean, it just kept on changing. It's just ever evolving. We've got different teams stepping up at different moments, playing the upsets, playing the angles, utilizing the terrain, just playing games that we've not really seen really play out in this way. So I just love everything that all 16 teams brought out onto the battlefield. I mean, we had a team like 721 that started off with a little bit of a slow pacing in the start of the day, but as we progressed further and further through the day, they were able to find their rhythm, find that flow, and really brought quite a few amazing performances out onto the battlefield. I mean, Vampires, they also tried a bit today. I mean, I won't say necessarily one of the best showings that we've had from their end, but still, you know, there was a few attempts made, a few efforts being played at. I mean, ARB Champions also having a relatively tough run, but I think it's quite healthy for the teams, right? It just kind of shows that there's always someone that could bring that extra bit of an upset and maybe just knock your strat down 1 pace or 2.
I think that, I don't know about you, DK, but I think that for me is all I need to see to be excited to see these teams again later on down the line. Just that attempt, you know, the changing, the ever so, I guess, changing play styles that we see from a lot of these teams. As long as they're trying new things, I'm always excited to see teams yet again. And for ARB, 721, Vampires, we might not get to see them auto-qualify for the playoffs here and now, but I look forward to when we get to see them on stream yet again later on down the line, because, you know, they have plenty of time to fix their mistakes. They have plenty of time to, you know, change up their play style. 4 more monthly finals or 3 more monthly finals before we do get in towards the end game of this tournament. And throughout those 3 monthly finals, they have plenty of chances to make it in towards those playoffs.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the end result is going to be, right? How these teams are going to be looking to adapt and change those strats to accommodate for that level of uncertainty that we have coming through from those open teams. I mean, to me, it is just so exciting looking at all these upsets being utilized. And I mean, as I said before, right, a good and a very aggressive answer coming through to stats, or strats rather, that we see from our invited teams. But as you pointed out, the open teams, they had the opportunity to sit and do their VOD reviews, right, to come up with those answers to the plays from our invited. So yeah, mad respect going out to the open teams. And I mean, I think they've been doing an absolutely phenomenal job. I can actually not wait to see who the next teams are going to be as we make our way over towards the next month qualifiers.
Yeah, we're going to have our, I guess we are going to have our leaderboard up and ready shortly, folks. So just bear with us as we wait to get the numbers all tallied up for each of these teams. I'm just right there with you, DK. I can't wait, you know, once we get rid of the teams who are going to qualify today, can't wait who the next up are. I mean, we have, what, 1,024 teams out of the open qualifier. You got to think of how many of those just barely missed out on a spot this time, looking for that rematch next time around in the open kit. And I want to see those hungry teams try their hands at making it through these monthly finals, because that's where teams really bring out the most competition, is when they want that win and they're fighting through that open bracket to get it. It's where they're going to pull out their best, the most consistent plays. And I'm excited to see who's going to take these places of these fantastic monthly final teams from this month going into next month. But, you know, as we're getting this leaderboard set up, do you have any do you have any idea in your own mind who you would expect to be at the top here for today? Because my money has to be on either I'm looking at Falcons White or probably Black Cobra Esports still, with the performances that they were putting on.
I think Brute Force might be maybe looking to play a bit of a surprise, right? I don't know if they necessarily might be sitting at the top of the leaderboard, but I think they might have made quite the strong effort to get themselves secured quite high up on those standings. As to with regards to the team that will be taking that pole position, I think Black Cobra, they might have been able to do enough to secure themselves a top end. We don't quite know just yet, but I agree. It's between Falcons White and Black Cobra, with a potential upset, I think, coming through from the side there of Brute Force.
Ooh, I like that call. I mean, Brute Force, didn't see them in the end circle in our last Erangel map, but throughout that, without finding a winner chicken dinner, they found themselves in 6th place. They got themselves that chicken dinner back in game number 4, and game 5, it might not be, I guess, you know, all lights from Brute Force, but you gotta trust in the Broody Fruity sometimes, DK. I like that call coming out from you for sure, but like we said, we're gonna have to wait and see for sure when we do get this leaderboard all set, because I think there's one thing, you know, that we can circle around and talk about that we kind of mentioned at the start of this tournament is that grand final at the end on LAN. If you can take yourself from the open bracket, if you can take yourself from that invited bracket and qualify for that grand final here and now in the first month of competition, that's going to put yourself in such a key spot going into those finals, because you can sit back and watch everything unfold and wait for your opportunity. You can learn so much while spectating all these teams. You just have so much of an advantage over everybody else who's going to have to grind for that opportunity.
No, 100% agree with you on that, but I think also the open bracket could potentially be breeding a few beasts, right? Just looking at how
yeah.
challenging it is, having to fight through over 1,000 teams to gain your slot up into the monthly qualifiers. 100% with you on that. So if it happens that we do see one of our open bracket teams securing that direct auto qualification, I mean, whew, then, well, best of luck for the coming 3 monthly qualifiers, because it is going to be some pretty tough competition.
Of course, it's going to be some pretty tough competition. After what we saw today, I mean, nothing's certain, DK. It was hot competition from start to finish. And, I mean, folks at home, if you liked what you saw here, don't forget to subscribe to Arena Esports. Follow everything that's going on here. It's lovely to see that Arena Esports, powered by Tislat and AD Gaming as our secondary sponsor, putting something like this together. Allowing these teams to compete the way that they are. It's a great opportunity for these players, and I can't wait to see the rest of this tournament unfold, DK.
You and me both. You and me both. I mean, this was only, as you said, right, the first of 4, so we still have 3 additional months qualifiers to come through. Of course, quite a few brackets for the team still to work through. And of course, if one of our viewers would like to, well, get themselves potentially in the running to be featured here, of course, well, all the details are in the chat from what we saw, and also I believe down in the description as well. So be sure to go ahead, get yourself registered, and who knows, we could be shouting out your name in one of the upcoming month qualifiers. So a lot to look forward to, great opportunities for these teams, and I mean, whew, I cannot wait. I mean, I think this was a great start. First month, I approve. It is very, very exciting, but we got to see what else these teams will have for us.
Yeah, we're out the gates with some heat. We're waiting here to see what the leaderboard's going to look like, folks, what that top 4, top 5 is going to look like for heading into those auto-qualified playoff spots, headed to the auto-qualified grand final spot. Well, we're waiting too. On top of everything, don't forget to comment who you think are going to be in that number 1 spot, because you're just as in the unknown as we are as we wait for everything to get tallied up. I want to know who you want to win. I want to know who you maybe want to see qualify next time. And, you know, maybe even at the same time, who do you think could have had a little bit of a better performance today at that? Because, you know, there's a lot of teams that I'm sure are going to be striving for, you know, better performance next time we find them on the server. We're just going to have to wait and see for sure. But our overall scoreboard, and hey, look at that. Falcons White find themselves in first with 52 total points. Next Esports going to be our second place team after a winner chicken dinner at the end. Is going to put them to 48, just above Brute Force in third. 47 points for them. Black Cobra Esports, although at one point, DK, they were sitting in that first place spot, they get dropped down over towards fourth, still in an auto qualification spot for playoffs. And to round it out, another invited team, Gangsters Esports, with 40 points, are going to be that 5th place team. Only one team from the open bracket's actually going to qualify for those playoffs, but Black Cobra Esports, man, did they surprise us and put on a banger of a show.
Oh yes, oh yes. I mean, you also got to commend the efforts that we saw come through there from Vicious Esports, as well as 1for1. I mean, 1for1, they held their own, and they played some pretty exciting matches here. But, you know, the congratulations needs to go where it needs to go. It's the Falcons White, Next, X, Brute Force, Black Cobra, and the Gangsters. Well, they did what they needed to do. I mean, you've said it already about Black Cobra's absolutely phenomenal performance. Brute Force missing out by just 5 points. The Next X missing out by 4. You want to talk about contentious? This is exactly what we need to see even more of.
Yeah, Geekay even too, towards the end there, they started to find some rhythms in those last couple of games. You know, game number 1, we were highlighting on Erangel how Geekay had the prime position heading into the end game circle, and then all of a sudden it was kind of taken away from them, ripped out from right under them by who else? 1for1 X Babalu. And, you know, when we saw 1for1 take that as shot, they took that winner chicken dinner. They just weren't able to recreate that in the next up-and-coming games. So 1for1, I'm sure they feel that they had that opportunity to qualify for the playoffs. This one's going to sting a little bit for them as well. Same with Vicious Esports, a team that we saw continuously find their way in towards that top 3, top 4, top 5 DK. But they just never were able to get a chicken dinner for themselves. And you think that 36 points, what could have been if they did get that chicken dinner? We can take a look at the bottom 8 now for the other teams that have been relegated out of our monthly finals. We're going to have to see some more invited teams try to turn things around. Onyx Ravens and Team Ra'ad, 2 teams that were invited out towards our qualifiers to start off this month. They make it in towards the monthly finals, and they didn't have a great showing. Onyx Ravens, 4 points after the total. Team Ra'ad, a fantastic map number 1, but other than that, I haven't really seen too much out of them.
I mean, we also got to look at the Vampires, Onyx Ravens, ARB Champions. They've been having a pretty tough run for our games here today. So I'm really hoping to see them firstly come back in the next monthly qualifiers if, you know, if the cards work out in their favor. But I got to see them finish much higher up that leaderboard, right? Hit those double-digit figures, because essentially all that they were able to capitalize on was purely just the aggression, right? Just eliminations. Yeah. And, well, we've seen that they can pack even more of that. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing, looking forward to seeing all the improvements as we make it towards our second month qualifiers.
And not even that, we get a little bit of a tie between Pain Africa and 721 Smart. 721 Smart, you were kind of giving them their highlights towards the end, but finishing off with 10 placement points, 13 eliminations. That's a great turnaround for 721 Smart. And if they, you know, played that first half like they played that last half, we might be seeing them in that qualification spot. But alas, they got to do it again. DK, you know, everybody had the same opportunity heading into these 5 maps, and only 5 of them could auto-qualify for what is to come later on down the line. Everybody else, I mean, nothing more to say other than we just gotta sit back and watch them do it all over again next month.
100%, and I mean, that is exactly what, you know, what is left to come. Of course, as you said, right, we have just those 3 more qualifiers to come through to help conclude our teams. We've got the playoffs and everything else in between that is also going to be making its way on through. So still quite a bit of action to look forward to, and of course be sure to follow all the links, right, for Arena Esports down below in the video description. Be sure to go follow them on social media to stay up to date with everything that is going to be following up, right? Be sure not to miss out on a single thing. And of course, on that note, we are going to be ending it here for tonight. So a big thank you out to all our amazing teams for doing some magic out on the battlefields. Look forward to seeing the next few teams join us in the next month finals. And of course, shout out going out to Seymour as well. Always great to work with amazing people. Until then, hope you all stay fresh. Hope you all stay frosty. We'll see you back very soon in the next one. Bye for now.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!